say he's a soft 5 for him, so I think that's an advantage for him. I think he can beat Bergen, who was terrific out of his grade last start. 7, Blesk, hit his form at the right time. 3rd up off a win. And 14, War Eternal, thought might do something here. But Suave does go in the quaddie. I made them 1, 2, 7 and 14.
Okay, let's recap your best for today, Ronnie.
Charlatan, the 2-year-old, I'll trust my judgment there. Race 7, number 5. Thought the next best bet was in race 4, number 4, Saleek. I could even throw in that horse in the highway there, Sizzling Cat as well. But Charlatan the best, next best is Saleek.
Okay, how are you playing the quaddie with one of your best bets in that first leg?
Yeah, I'll just put the top one in for insurance. 5 and 1, 4, 1, 6, 3, 1, 5, 4, 8, 1, 2, 7, 14 and 360 combinations.
160 combinations?
Yep.
Yep. So 5 in the last leg. Come home wide there. That's the Ron Dovesey quaddie. How's that Jockey's Challenge looking? Let's have we got that market there? Tommy Berry's got to be favourite. He's $1.70. Jason Collett $4.60. Then Tim Clark. Then Josh Parr. Tyler Schiller. Alicia Collett. Jenny Duggan is 100 to 1. Rode a double last week. Tommy Berry 170 is the favourite for the Jockeys Challenge. So we've got 10 races today. The Golden Gift, the Hot Danish and the Country Classic are the features on this program. And then next week we'll turn our attention to Newcastle for the running of the Hunter, $1 million race. They've also got some new feature races planned for both Newcastle and the Gong at Kembla Grange the following week. So after Golden Gift Day, Newcastle and Kembla Grange. And as Duff mentioned, we should also include the Villiers now, because when it comes up on December 11, it's worth $750,000 now, the mile Villiers, and the winner goes straight through to the Doncaster exempt from ballot. Another big meeting with huge prize money added to that. Our coverage will begin when runners come into the yard here at Rose Hill. Lizzie will be with us, along with Duff, and Glenn Munsey will join us with all the prices right here on Sky Thoroughbred Central. Meeting about to get underway here at Rosehill Gardens, starting with a 1.5 mile benchmark 78, the 4X Handicap. 9 to go round. And the runners are in the yard. Mounting Yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Horse number 1 is Herman Hess. Jason Collett for Kieran Maher and David Eustace.
Yeah, look, it's been a month since, look, he disappointed not finishing off after, I think there was excuses going out too hard and then attacked mid-race. It was impossible for him to have anything left at the finish. So back to the drawing board, little freshen up. Jason's got kind hands. Maybe you can get him to settle, outside the lead or behind the lead here, and I think you're going to see a much improved run.
Yep, I couldn't agree with you more. He just had absolutely no chance last start the way that he was ridden, and I think that when you're just having a look at him and assessing him today, my main aim is just to see how he's bounced out of that last start performance, and he looks to me as though he's ticked over nicely. He's holding decent condition. He's quite relaxed and switched off in the yard, and if he puts up his previous performance that he had at Mornington, he's going to be hard to beat.
Number 2 is Fortified, Lee McGorian, Chris Waller.
Yeah, he worked home okay at Canterbury last start when he was back to 1900 from 2000, gets in lighter, very fit racehorse who could well be looking for the 1.5 miles now.
Yeah, he's going to get even better as the preparation gets longer. He's just starting to come through in his coat. I said that previously when I've seen him. He's yet to really glow, but he's still racing consistently, and he's one of the main chances.
3 is Our Bambino, Tim Clark for Robert and Luke Price.
Look, I like the way he's going. I know he was outclassed in the Tats Cup last start. Previous form was solid enough for a race like this, and when you're looking at 20 to 1 in a field like this, I'm starting to think he's a bit silly odds. He doesn't want it too wet though.
No, that's right. He's one that I thought came onto the scene pretty strongly at the start of this preparation and just hasn't quite found the right race to perform at his optimum. But can tell you one thing, he looks in great shape. He doesn't look as though he's gone backwards, and he's one you could definitely entertain at the double figure odds.
Suppression, Tommy Berry riding for Chris Waller.
Look, he may be just out of Class 1 company at Mornington, but the stables thought enough of him to bring him to Sydney now. They thought enough of him to run him in a South Australian Derby back in May. He's very solid in the market, which suggests to me that he might be just hard to beat.
Yeah, he looks great, doesn't he? He looks really well. He's got a beautiful, healthy coat on him. He's got a bit of a spring in his step as well. He's an athletic, lightly framed type of galloper. And yeah, I'm very impressed by what I'm seeing of him today.
The Anthony Cummings trained to Williker, Robbie Dolan in the saddle.
Yeah, it seems like he's been around for ages and up a long time, and he hasn't won in a fair while now, 517 days. So he plods away, but hard to tip with any confidence.
Yep, he is. Look, he's one that is still holding and retaining his condition, but there's others I do prefer.
Number 6 is Merlinite, Alicia Collett riding for Bjorn Baker.
Yeah, she fits in well. She gets blinkers on a quick backup here from Wednesday, where she battled away quite nicely, and she's pretty genuine at the moment.
She is very genuine, and she's also been placed over this distance as well in the past. She's an out-and-out stayer. She doesn't carry a great deal of condition, and she presents very similar to how I've seen her in previous runs where she's been competitive at this level.
Arabellini, Tyler Schiller just claims the ½ kilo to bring it down to 51.5 for John Cooper at Wyong.
Yeah, the blinkers are off and a set of eyes is on. Look, he loves to roll along up front, making his own luck. He gets in very light here after that, ½ kilo claim for Tyler, and he'll give a bit of cheek as he always does.
Yeah, as you mentioned, just tinkering around with the gear and suggests that they're trying to get a little bit more out of him than what he's been able to produce recently. As far as his looks are concerned, he couldn't look any better. It's just a case of there's a few probably more talented types in this field.
Olympic Gaze, no claim for Jenny Duggan. Paul Perry.
Yeah, look, I've been waiting for this horse to be a real knockout chance, and this might be the race he could be a knockout chance in. He's another one that was outclassed in that Tats Cup last start. He can stick on and plug away, and he's got a place chance at odds.
Yeah, very much at his peak fitness, so expect him to perform in that type of way.
Red Hot Chili Pins, Winona Costin for James Ponsonby.
Look, she was okay in a highway company last start, but hard to tip that form here.
Yeah, but she'll enjoy a bit of cushion in the track, and she's one that is never really a yard horse for me because she gets quite hot and full of herself. So I'm happy to go around her on a yard perspective, but she might be better suited in a race like this.
Okay, that's a look at the yard. Lizzie's pick of the yard in Lake Mar with Duff coming up shortly. Jack Peter Bruce has got 3 runners here today for the Mar Eustace camp, starting with Herman Hess. Looks like this horse is very capable of bouncing back today.
Yeah, he's very capable of bouncing back, and he's a nice horse on his day. When he had things to go his way, he strung 2 really good wins together down in Victoria, and last start was just a bit of a disaster. We can safely put the pen through that. He's had 3 weeks at our beach place. He's freshened up really nicely. Work on Tuesday was good, so he's ready to go again.
What will he do today?
Well, the instructions to Collet are just to come out neutral and let him find his feet. He's a horse who travels hard on the bridle, so we'd imagine he'll be in the first 3. But just how that shapes in terms of Arabellini and Terwilliger and what they want to do will probably dictate where we land.
Mayfair Spirit in race 3 today, racing well.
Racing really well. His last start was superb. The plan was to find cover, and we just weren't able to do that, but he did settle well. He ran really well. It was a good second behind Ruby Tuesday, who's gone down and run really well in Victoria at the Carnival. So the form is good. He's really well, and we're looking forward to him back up in trip.
Yeah, well, you were back in distance last start, so that's a real positive. And then we get to, now, just got to find the right, is it the last?
9th.
No, the 9th, that's right, race 9, towards the end. A newcomer to your stable, a very talented horse it would seem, Blazer Trail. How has this horse settled into the Mar Eustace regime?
Yeah, well, he settled in really well, and 2 years ago he was here running second in the Golden Gift, and it was an outstanding run, and he has some top form behind some good horses, so he's a big, strong, powerful horse. He arrived to us in really good condition from Matt Vellers. We've kept him ticking along for the preparation. He spent a bit of time at the beach, and he's ready to run first up. He'll take some improvement physically, but both his trials are really good, and we expect a good run.
Okay. Good luck, Jack.
Thank you.
Jack Peter Bruce. Now, Lizzie's pick of the yard. It is brought to you by Arrowfield, home of champion racehorse and Group 1 sire Done Deal.
Happy to go with Herman Hess on top. I thought that he presented quite nicely last start, and just as I mentioned in the yard, he just got really, probably just went way too quick basically, and he couldn't finish off. So for me, he's the one that they have to beat today. He looks as though he's come through the run well, and that's a positive with him moving into this race. I must admit I am quite impressed by the favourite Suppression. I haven't seen this galloper before, but he did present as though he is ready to run a big race today. And Merlinite would be my third pick. She's just an out-and-out stayer, and she looks to be retaining plenty of condition this time around.
1, 2, 4 and 8 with Herman Hess as well. Without a lot of confidence. It's a very tricky race to my eye. It's all about how he paces himself. He gets the tick off from Lizzie there. That's encouraging, and I'm happy to be with him. 4 to 5, I think he's looking for 1.5 miles, so he'll run well. Suppression might be just too good for them. He stayed very solid, and he's rock hard on the tote here. The parimutuel tote, so all positive signs to say that he's fancied, and I'll throw in Olympic Gaze at big odds. 1, 2, 4 and 8.
Rightio, we have Suppression. He was one of the best back runners this morning. Suppression had a few computer issues, couldn't tell you what had happened with the markets, but he was one of the best supported runners. And the other one was actually in the 2-year-old race. It was the Godolphin runner that was the other best supported runner today, Oh High. But Suppression here, the favourite now at $3.70 off a best of $4 this morning. Takes favouritism from Herman Hess, who was as short as $3.40, is now $3.80. Merlinite has been 5 out to 6. Arabellini, well, it's one of the only firmers in the race. A best of 9 is now $8. Fortified, 6 out to 8 today. To Williker, as much as 13 is now 11. Olympic Gaze as much as 18 is now 14. Our Bambino, 18 out to 19. And Red Hot Chili Pins has been 41 out to 71. Just under double the investment on Suppression today than Herman Hess. Third pick today would be Arabellini, and fourth pick today would be Fortified. Not a lot of love around for Merlinite, Greg, with just under 2 minutes to go here for the first. So the two Melbourne gallopers, well, Melbourne form anyway, although we've seen Herman Hess once at the top of the market.
Over there nice and early for this first race, and a very good crowd building up. This is the first day where we've had a real easing of restrictions, no longer required to wear masks outside, and this crowd building up on this final day of the Sydney Metropolitan portion of the Spring Carnival. Next week it is Newcastle and the Hunter. The following week, Kembla Grange and the Gong. The Golden Gift worth $1 million today. The first two across the line, guaranteed through prize money, a start in the world's richest race, and it just got richer for 2-year-olds. The Golden Slipper now worth $5 million. No other 2-year-old race in the world they run for that sort of money. So it is an important race, the Golden Gift, early in this season, coming up later today. Ronnie, they're behind the gates. Not one of them have moved up yet.
Yep, and a couple of minutes out here, well, not actually less than a minute out, so it won't take them long to move in. Arabellini, we all got him down as the leader with young Schiller aboard. Then it all depends if this horse wants to behave himself. Herman Hess, he's been apprentice ridden at his past couple of runs, so he's got beautiful hands, hasn't he, Collett? So we're hoping he can do the job, although he has been very aggressive at his past 2 starts now. So it all comes down to his manners here. And then, you know, I don't think the rest of them will just be trying to find their positions. You know, your Terwillikers and Suppression pops in closer than midfield, Fortified up in distance, sits 3 back the fence maybe. And I do see there is good money now for that horse I was wondering about here. Olympic Gaze on the NOP, $17 into $13 now on a $26 pari-mutuel. So that's a very interesting move. I thought it might be a suitable race that he could run a place in, and a few punters agree.
Okay, here's Glenn with the late market movers.
Best price we've given about Olympic Gaze today. I don't think it's much better than the 18 or 19 he was earlier today. No, 19's the best we've given about him today. 370 Suppression. Herman Hess goes out a roll to 390. Merlinite stays at 6. Arabellini out a twist to 850. Fortified to 850. Olympic Gaze into 11 now. Terwilliker out to 12. Our Bambino at 23. And Red Hot Chili Pins an $81 chance. Suppression, the 370 favourite with Tab for the first, as we go to Darren Flindell.
This morning, thanks Glenn, the penetrometer reading this morning was 5.48, so a soft 5 to start racing. For Ladies' Day here at Rose Hill, our Bambino's locked away. Red Hot Chili Pins about to go forward, along with Herman Hess. Herman Hess has drawn the outside gate, Jason Collett. Set a strong tempo last time out. So they're locked away. Lights on. Ladies' Day about to get underway here at Rose Hill, but Merlinite's playing up in the gates. Saddles racing now. Red Hot Chili Pins clearly last out of the gates, and Herman Hess jumped best from the wide draw together with Arabellini. Suppression sits pretty handy in third, followed by Fortified, then Terwilliker from Merlinite. Our Bambino just caught a little bit deep from Red Hot Chili Pins, and Olympic Gaze is last. Arabellini surges forward now, and Arabellini takes the lead clearly from Herman Hess, who got the cart across to second, and Suppression got all over heel going to the first turn, and has to balance up again, and Suppression being driven up to be leaders back now in third, but handled that turn rather poorly. A length further back to Fortified fourth, 1 out 1 back, then came Terwilliker 3 fence on the inside of Merlinite. A gap back to Red Hot Chili Pins from Our Bambino, and Olympic Gaze is the last one. Arabellini in front at the 1600 metres by a half length or so under Herman Hess. They're followed by Suppression, who travels much better now after that early blip. So the favourites running third, Fortified fourth now as they start the run down the back section of the course, followed by Merlinite on the outside of Terwilliker. A length and a half to Our Bambino from Red Hot Chili Pins, and Olympic Gaze 8 lengths off the leads last of all. So it's Arabellini in front in the hands of the 3 kilo apprentice Tyler Schiller by 3/4 to Herman Hess there at the 1200 metres. Then Fortified racing on the outside of Suppression. 2 lengths then to Merlinite from Terwilliker. A gap back to Our Bambino, Red Hot Chili Pins and Olympic Gaze. So there's been no change to the order. Not much doing here as they lead the back straight, and Arabellini in front by 3/4 of a length to Herman Hess. Then came Suppression on the inside of Fortified. 2 further back to Merlinite from Terwilliker. Then Our Bambino, Red Hot Chili Pins and Olympic Gaze last of all. They've got 750 metres to run here in the opener. Arabellini trying to lead all the way by a half length to Herman Hess. Then came Suppression travelling strongly. Fortified being wound up, trying to start a run as Herman Hess lays it down now to Arabellini, and Suppression's pushing off the fence. Fortified push deeper, and then came Merlinite under a vigorous ride into the straight. Herman Hess swings in front by 2 lengths on Fortified, then Suppression. Arabellini back on the fence and a gap back to the rest. Herman Hess going well, 200 metres to run. Suppression sticks on, Fortified sticks on, but it's Herman Hess still in front. From Suppression is starting to lift now. Now the favourites putting in Suppression, going up to Herman Hess, and Suppression finishes best. Suppression won it by a long neck to Herman Hess, and a gap back to Fortified third. Then a real pick there for fourth and fifth. They're all across the track. Arabellini to Willica, Merlinite, Our Bambino, Olympic Gaze, Red Hot Chili Pins was one of the last.
Well, that Waller polish just kicks in that last little bit of Suppression with Tommy Berry over the top of Herman Hess. Fortified is going to run third. Suppression, Herman Hess, Fortified. It'll be 4, 1, 2.
Yeah, he might be a promising stayer. He's got a win on 2 wins on the board now. He's in Sydney. Chris will nurture him through the classes. He was a little bit on one rein there early. We sort of didn't get round that first turn and wanted to do a few things wrong, but the longer that race went, the better he went. Just with that 6.5 kilos less than the second horse there, that was the difference. He paced him beautifully, collared him. He didn't get dragged around the turn because Arabellini just left him stranded in front. That was hardly an excuse because the winner was very strong, and like I said, just with that weight pull was too good. Fortified away back in third. They were a bunch behind. The first 2 dominated, and he might have a little bit of a future, this winner, Suppression.
Okay, the official time is 2:29.85. 2:29.85. The class record is 2:28.9. So they're about a second outside that class record held by our candidate. 2:29.85. Numbers going up into the frame. They are 4, 1, 2 and 8. Okay, Chris Waller down in Melbourne today. Charlie Duckworth is here representing the stable, fronting up for the first today. How's the week been?
Yeah, fantastic. Fantastic. Couldn't be better.
One of the best?
Yeah, the best. Yeah.
Probably one of the best fortnights to 3 weeks the stable's ever had.
Yeah, it's just been a real privilege really to work with these horses that are just turning up and all on all the right days and in the main stage, and no, it's just really special for all the staff. Everyone's just absolutely buzzing. It's a bit of a liberty getting paid for these weeks.
Well, you're still going to put your hand out though.
I'll still have.
What about, and I tell you what, Suppression will get a nice pat when he comes back. He dug in deep there.
Yeah, he did. I actually think all three past the post, first, second and third, I think are all probably progressive horses. Suppression obviously had to dig really deep after pulling a little bit too hard with Tommy. He is quite a keen going horse, and so the instructions were obviously to try and ride him as passively as we could because he can fire up. So when we were coming towards the first turn and he looked like he might end up leading, then I was a little bit nervous. But no, he got a lovely run, and obviously I think he ended up getting a bit of an interference at the top of the straight from our stablemate, just not quite letting him out. But it was a solid win.
He's only before today benchmark 66, so a typical Waller work through your classes.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it's a massive amount of prize money to win on a Saturday, as is each and every Saturday. So we'll just tip away and see how we go. But he's an exciting horse with plenty of potential.
Well done.
Thank you.
Charlie Duckworth from the Chris Waller camp. Let's go over to Lizzie.
Just waiting for Tommy to make everything official, and the Chief Steward Mark Van Gestel just checking everything out, and we'll get a word with Tommy about how the track is, and also that nice win from Suppression today. He looks as though he's I was just saying, he never at one stage looked comfortable apart from the last 50 metres when he knuckled down to win that race.
Yeah, it wasn't an ideal ride to start off your day. Usually you like a warm-up, but no, he didn't give me much of a break. Even pulling him up and bringing him back in after the race was probably the hardest part of the whole thing. But he did drop the bit all right for me halfway around, and that's probably what helped him finish off the way he did. But he was just very wayward down the straight. But once he knuckled down that last 100 metres, he was never going to get beat.
What's the track like today?
I think it's not far from before. I was just saying to Mr. Van Gessel, there probably 1 or 2 more races, and I think a good fall's on the cards.
And you're growing your mow. It's for Movember. It's sort of a yearly occurrence for you.
Yeah, it is. I haven't got the page ready yet, so but hopefully if everyone earns a bit of money.
You got to keep riding winners, and then you can give it a shout out.
Well, if I ride a couple of winners today, just a couple of dollars each would be nice for everyone that's on course. That should do it.
Well done. Good luck.
Thanks, Liz.
He was favourite for the Jockeys Challenge. He's got some more very good rides still to come on this Rosehill Gardens program. We're on our way. Last 600 there, what did they put up? 35.42. 35.42. First of 10 underway here at Rosehill Gardens on Sky Thoroughbred Central. Race 2 is the Vale Chris Kearns Highway over 1,500 metres. Runners are in the yard, and this mounting yard brought to you by Harvey Norman for all your bedding, furniture and electrical. Shop or online now. Number 1 is Point Counterpoint. Jenny Duggan riding for Sterling Osland.
Yeah, look, the blinkers are back on first up after 160 days off. He's had one trial at Muswellbrook where he made some good ground late. So some of the form around him last preparation is okay, but he usually takes a run or two to come to hand.
Look, he looks quite forward in condition, so I think that's a good element, but he will get better as the preparation gets longer and he's getting a little bit warm in places. So I wouldn't say he's completely out of it on a fitness perspective, but his form does suggest that he gets better as his preparation prolongs.
Trainer Sterling walking the horse around. 2 is Chase My Crown, Jay Ford for Joel and Wayne Wilkes.
Oh, easy work winning last start on a heavy track, this mare. But she's found a form now and not without some hope.
Yep, one that presents quite nicely. Look, I thought that she looks as though she's pretty forward, ready to go, getting a little bit warm in places, which is just something to keep a note on today. There's going to be a few of these horses that are doing that. She's a bit of a hothead, that's why she wears those earmuffs as well. So I think overall it's not a bad parade if you like her on form.
Number 3 is Chestnut Scaffer, Alicia Collett for Scotty Singleton.
Yeah, look, he can hold an on-pace position. He's won 3 of 5 this preparation, so he appears in career best form. He's had a trial since that last run. He looks to have a beautiful skin on him.
Yeah, doesn't he? He's the first horse that I just circled as he came into the yard. He looks in magnificent shape, and he will definitely go into my selections off of this parade.
4 is Statesville, Winona Costin, James Ponsonby.
I thought it was a good effort to win first up at a mile. It looked a solid enough field. It was a $50,000 for Class 3 at Canamble. So, look, there's been, I think, 2 winners out of that race already, and I think he has to be treated seriously, and what I think is over the odds at $17.
Yeah, a little bit of a firecracker. You can see he's not a parade horse that would jump out at you, and he's getting quite warm, but he has started off this preparation in good style, and I'm not going to knock him off of his form, but he's certainly one that you've just got to keep an eye on when he gets around to the gates.
Formerly with Keith Dryden, now with Brett Thompson at Gulgong, is number 5 Sky Diamonds, Lee McGorrian.
Yeah, look, she's had 42 days since that change of stable. The extra distance might help her, but boy, gee, she hasn't won in a long time now.
No, still turned out in our best possible condition, though.
Sizzling Cat, Tyler Schiller, Gary Colvin.
I like this horse. I thought he caught the eye charging home first up. He went beautiful in a recent trial. He went good in a Class 3 highway at the end of last preparation, carrying 59. So all of a sudden here, after the claim, he's got 53 and he's got a big finish on him. Yeah, I'd rather be with him than against him.
Yeah, no negatives about his parade at all. He looks as though he's very well placed in this race, and he's prepped up in a good style.
So Say You, number 7, Tommy Berry on for Terry Robinson.
Honest mare, just keeps running nice races in these highways. Tommy gets a ride on her today, and that could well be the difference. She's right in the mix.
Yeah, right in the mix, isn't she? She's one that's she's always a bit of a tricky customer, but she looks as though she's turned out in very similar fashion to how she's been competitive at this stage in her prep in the past.
Mikado back for another highway, Johnny Grisdale for Joanne Hardy.
I think he was very good after doing plenty of work early. Last started in that highway at Randwick, so he loves his run space. He maps quite nicely and sets up well.
He's stayed the same since I last saw him. He's maintained his physique. He's a little bit fresher than he was previously, but he should run up to his last start performance.
Lucky Banner, number 10, Robbie Dolan riding for Rod Northam.
A set of visors on her today, okay without raving at Gosford when a beaten favourite. Possible improve, another one, nice skin on her.
Yeah, she looks great, doesn't she? Turned out in her best possible condition. It's just a case of whether her form is up to it, but certainly her looks are right up there.
Endora Lavella, number 11, Tim Clark on for Stephen Jones.
Well, found his form, winning his maiden and Class 1 at Tacone and Muswellbrook at his past 2 start from the front. So, stiffest test, but a nice racing style.
Yeah, probably has not the most relaxed customer in the yard, but he's turned out in his best possible condition, and hopefully he doesn't get too much warmer after this parade.
Go to Schiller's Miss, number 12, Jason Collett, Brett Kavanagh.
Lightly raced mare with upside, much harder here. She put them away in that mile at Scone, second up, the 58 in a benchmark 58. So she's obviously created a good impression. Looks like half a Scone have arrived here with the cash, $3.60. So they bet $13.
She looks great though. I can definitely understand why there's been market support for her off of this parade. She's just slightly warm around that flank area, but other than that, she's turned out beautifully and she's lovely and loose in her action, good skin on her. A lot to like about her today.
Patchy red 14, Kathy O'Hara Ben Lees.
Ran on okay into second there at Coonabarabran last start. Not sure how strong that race was though.
Still turned out okay, getting very warm in places, so I'm prepared to go around this particular galloper.
Post free, John Van Overmeer for Danny Williams.
Yeah, struggling to find that early promise she showed, so I'd prefer to wait until she shows some form.
Yep, turned out well, but I'm going to go around her as well. There's others that have better credentials.
Second event, the highway, they are going to the gate. Statesville for John Ponsonby, Winona Costin on board. You went all the way to Canamble, but you got the cash.
That's right, he did. He was very good first up at Canamble, and unfortunately we had to, that day he drew very wide, did a lot of work, but he was very strong late and we're really pleased with him that day.
What do you think about today, back to a highway?
Oh, look, highway's a very tricky race to win. I've taken more than enough horses now to realise that there's never one over the line. Sizzling Pat obviously is going very well, but our bloke, I'm very happy with him. He's got a lovely draw, and hopefully today we can just have that little bit of luck in running to get the job done again.
And you've got a roughie in the Country Classic proven class.
Yeah, look, she's. You really can't take a lot out of her runs, Greg, in regards to the last two performances. She keeps drawing the car park, and once again she's done the same again today. So she requires good luck. She needs a good tempo. But today's one of those races where that could possibly happen, and if that does, she'll be running on very well late.
Didn't you go close in this last year?
Yeah, that's right. Last year I was third with her.
Third.
So fingers crossed.
Good luck.
Thank you again.
There's James. Time for Lizzie's Pick of the Yard. It is brought to you by Arrowfield, home of champion racehorse and Group 1 side Dundee.
I'm going with Chestnut Scaffer on top. I thought that this galloper looked absolutely immaculate in the yard. He's got a beautiful chestnut coat. That's what his namesake is. He looked really healthy, and he was probably the standout out of this whole field. Whether his form is up to it is probably questionable, but he certainly looks as though he is ready physically. Of the others, I like Chiller's Mist as well. I thought that this horse cantered around to the start in nice order and looks as though she was turned out in her best possible condition. So one a little bit of odds and one well in the market.
I'm 6, 8, 4 and 2. I'm happy to stay with Sizzling Cat. It's always dangerous back markers here, but 1500s, they'll roll along here. He'll find his position, and I think if he's within 4 lengths of them straightening, I think he might be able to get over the top of them there with his lightweight. I think Mikado looks some sort of threat here. What you see is what you get. He's going to put himself into a position, lovely position here, and give himself every possible chance. Statesville looks big odds to me. And the wrap on this Scone mare, Schiller's Mist, out of a benchmark 58, is obviously a serious tip. 6, 8, 4 and 12.
Yeah, well, 550 was the best price given about it this morning. Schiller's Miss got into as short as 350. It's back to a $4 chance now. That's on a 370 NOP. So whether or not they just, turned it in, turned it off, and now they want to sort of get ahead and try and lay it ahead of the market in the last couple of minutes here. But that's a 370 call there, $4 for Schiller's Mist here. So say you, very, very steady at $5 after as much as 6 was bet about it first thing. Sizzling Cat, similar situation there. $5 this morning, now $5.50. Mikado, $8 this morning, now $7.50. So good. Well, even Adora Lavella, as much as 13 bet about it this morning, is now into single figures at $9.50. So there's got to be some significant drifts outside of these. Chase My Crown, well, here's one, $8.50 out to 15. Chestnut Scaffer, 12 out to 17, the pick of the yard. Then we go to Statesville, 14 out to 18. Lucky Banner, 18 got to 23, is now 21. Point Counterpoint, pretty steady at 34. Sky Diamond's heads the rest at 41. So Schiller's Mist is favourite here with a minute to go. The NOP's only got to 380. The on-track here at Rose Hill, 360. And Tab still betting you $4 on the 380 Windtoad in New South Wales. So might be a masterstroke here, being able to lay this at $4 when they've bet about as much as $5.50. $4 Schiller's Miss, 5 Sizzling Cat, $5.50, so say you. $7.50 Mikado and $9.50 Adora Vella. Greg, wouldn't be a Tab Highway unless it was wide open.
And it wouldn't be a Tab Highway unless Kavanagh was full of confidence. And this horse, Schiller's Mist, races in the It's Me colours, the Grand Syndicate's colours. Schiller's Mist, the last start winner at Scone by more than a length at its 4th race start. 4 starts for 2 wins now. This horse, Schiller's Mist. First crack at a highway today. It's the Vale Chris Kearns Highway they're about to move in. Final thoughts, Ronnie?
They should roll along here. They can find a horse. She hasn't won yet, but this Grand Syndications, they don't pay much for them, and they always produce one that looks like they can go through their classes, and that's what the market's telling us here. But they should roll along. Chestnut Scaffer goes forward, and Dora Lavella goes forward. Mikado box seat, Staceville's there. So they might find their positions and slow up coming to that first bend after that long run down the back straight, but they go hard enough here.
OK, let's go up to Darren Flindell now for the second.
Fluous tones of Chris Kearns over the airways will be missed but never forgotten. Chris's funeral will be staged on November 22 at Macquarie Park, and further details to follow as we're in the final stages of loading for the second race, the Valet Chris Kearns Highway, over 1,500 metres, and there's 4 to move in. Statesville to come up with Point Counterpoint, Chase My Crown and Apache Red. Schiller's Mist, a well-supported favourite, into $4.20. Chase My Crown moves in now, and Apache Red is the last 2 to move into the gates. And in memory of Chris Kearns, are you there? We're ready. Stand by for a start on the highway. Racing now. Good line out with the exception of Lucky Banner and Chase My Crown jump well together with Endura Lavella, and Endura Lavella's going to lead. Sky Diamond's up to second, followed by Post Free, who pushes through into third. Chestnut Scaffer out deep, and Mikado settles in 5th. Chase My Crown couldn't get across and caught a bit deep on the outside of Statesville, then So Say You. Further back to the favourite, Schiller's Mist in advance there of Lucky Banner. Then came Sizzling Cat from Counterpoint. And last of all is Apache Red. They come down the side, and it's Endura Lavella in front by a half to Chestnut Scaffer. A couple off to Sky Diamond, shading Post Free, and Chase My Crown caught 3 wide. Further back then to Mikado from Statesville. So Say You cast a bit deep. Schiller's Mist gets onto its back, followed then by Lucky Banner. In fact, Schiller's is moving deeper out now, trying to get into the race. Further back to Sizzling Cat, still third last last from Apache Red, and Point Counterpoint is last. And Duralavella leads around the turn from Chestnut Scaffer. Chase My Crown chimes in, but has had a pretty tough run, but Chase My Crown charges to the lead now. At the 300 metres with So Say You giving chase. Chase My Crown 2 in front, 2 So Say You, then Schiller's Miss winding up, and Point Counterpoint, and Sizzling Cat's getting a gap now. So Say You got to the front by a length on Sizzling Cat and Schiller's Miss. So Say You in front from Sizzling Cat, and So Say You won the Chris Kearns by a half length to Sizzling Cat. Schiller's Missed in third, followed by Mikado, Apache Cat, and Point Counterpoint from Chase My Crown, then Lucky Banner. Further back to Statesville and Duralavella, followed in by Sky Diamonds, Post Free, and Chestnut Scaffer was about the last to finish.
Well, Berry goes bang bang in the first two here at Rose Hill, and this combination that brought you the Kosciuszko, Berry and Robinson. So Say You, too good. Withstood the challenge of Sizzling Cat, who came after it. Looked like it was going to come after it quickly. And Schiller's Mist is going to wind up in third. It'll be 7, 6 and 12.
Yeah, great combination, aren't they? Robinson, Berry, Sizzling Cat, beautiful ride. Give it every hope, and she might be an improver, Schiller's Miss. But all honours with the winner, our beautiful ride by Berry to take the first two.
Okay, we're just waiting for a time to come up. Not posted as yet. We'll have full details up on your screens. The full tote dividends, 7, 6 and 12. About Berry and Robbo back together again. You were never apart, were you?
No, mate. No, it's just nice to have Tommy back on. I feel sorry for Brock. She's been going well this mare, just had no luck drawing bad gates, and some of them, as I say, some of the runs have been top class. And it's nice to things fall into place today.
This horse has just been chipping away. A highway winner before, but this has been your plan with a lot of your horses. If you don't win one, just keep coming back.
Oh, well, look, she was pretty impressive the first day. She won a highway here. She beat Dream Runner and his favourite in the race later in the day, the Country Classic. And as I say, since then, she's had no luck at all. If she'd drawn a barrier the last three starts, she would have been definitely in the money. And unfortunately, she had a slight foot problem when I had to scratch her 2 weeks ago, and I'm sure she would have been competitive there.
Have you got your eyes set on more highways? Are there plenty in the stable to keep coming back?
Well, she's eligible for another one, Greg, so that's a good part about her, and there's a mile race on the Gong card, so, it's nice, she's only won 3 races, but 2 of them have been highways, and they're just great races.
It's rare to win 3, but it can be done.
It can be done.
Yeah. Well done.
Thank you.
Good on you.
Cheers.
Well done, Tommy. Great way to start your day with the first 2 races down, the first 2 winners, and always nice to combine with Terry.
Yeah, no, it is. And, this filly's been good all preparation. She's just found a bit of bad luck, and she probably came here with the best form, the Country Classic form. And, she drew awkward today, but the key was finding a nice spot for her. And we did that, and we were able to present her at the right time, and she was duly too good. She's one that always seems to sort of get bad luck in her races. If she continues to get the good luck, she looks as though she'll continue on with it. Yeah, definitely. Well, she can hold a spot in her races, but when she draws 12 or 13, she hasn't got that speed to get across outside the leader. So you're always having to come and ride her quiet. But today, Terry left it up to me, and we thought we'd just try our luck a little bit, and we did that, and thankfully we got it. And track's definitely improving. Yeah, I'd say if it's not a good 4 now, it will be after this. Well done. Cheers.
Third of the day, 1,800 metres for the Mates in Construction Handicap. Benchmark 78. This mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Number 1 is Mayfair Spirit, Tim Clark riding for Kieran Maher and David Eustace.
Yeah, look, I want to give him another chance. Look, I know he's no star and he's probably weighted, he's up in the weights now, but he's going well. I just think back to a mile was against him in that race where Ruby Tuesday just out-sprinted him. So back up to 1,800. He'll keep grinding away to the line, and I think he's quite good odds around the six. He's going to get to nice odds here, $6 or $7.
Yep, look, I agree with everything you said. I've been in the past a little bit critical of him when I've seen him parading. He gets a little bit wound up, and you can see he's quite tense. He's sort of really, short stepping in the yard just because he's such a tense character. But he's got so much better as his preparation has been prolonged, and I think the team have done a really good job with him. And if he gets an uninterrupted run, he's going to be right in the finish and one of the hardest to beat.
Prompt Prodigy, number 2, Jenny Duggan, Ed Cummings.
I've had a little spec on him at the 25s or whatever he was. So I think he's a better horse than what we've seen in 3 runs this preparation. It's time for him to drop in grade with the claim, a trial since his last run, and the blinkers off to help him settle. So I'd love, Lizzie, just to give him a little push.
Oh, I'm giving him a little push just for you, Ronnie. No, he looks great. I was just looking at him thinking, wow, he looks in great order. He's very fit. He's got a beautiful coat on him. He's nice and bright in the yard. I think there's a lot to like about him if you think his form is good enough.
Now we go to Jazzland, number 3, Josh Parr, Christian Buchanan.
Yeah, he looks in good shape, doesn't he? He likes to roll along on pace. He's ready third up now. He'll give a bit of cheek from up front, and the marketplace likes him a lot. The stable's in great form.
Love him. Look at the condition that he's in this preparation. He's absolutely glowing. He looked great his first 2 runs, and now we're seeing him in his absolute peak today, and he can do nothing but run well.
Shibley, number 4, Tommy Berry for Chris Waller.
Yep, in good winning form prior to his defeat last start as favourite, where he got in a little bit of a scrimmage there. So Tommy's has the eye of the tiger in the first couple of races, and this horse returns to his home track where he was so good at 2 starts back, and just that jar out of the track is perfect for him.
Everything indicates that he's going to bounce back into contention again today, and I could say in his looks that he's going to be able to do that as well. I thought maybe he was a little bit flat last start, but he seems to be parading quite nicely today, so I can give him another chance.
Lady loves to gamble, Jason Colladon for Bune Baker.
She had every possible the other day, but run well. Look, she's got a place chance again, and she has one up to 1,900 metres, so the extra distance should pose no problem.
Yep, no negatives about her parade. If you like off her recent form, she's doing everything right.
Another one, number 6, Tyler Schiller for Gary Colvin.
I didn't know what to think about him. Like, he went, all of a sudden, he's gone 1,200, 1,250, and then they decided to try him at 1,550. Good with 59.5 the other day. So a whole new pain barrier again at 1,800 metres here, but he's got 53 kilos on his backs, which really helps. So he's above average.
I couldn't say anything negative about his parade. There's a couple of I have in front of him on a form reference, but as far as his looks are concerned, good coat, nice and fit and forward and at his peak.
Avian Fury, number 7, now with Ian Finn, Robbie Dolan.
Yeah, what's going on here? 161 days, no barrier trial. First up, 1,800 for the new stable. Adds interest. Yard and market watch.
Well, he's a lot calmer than he's been in previous preparations this early on. He generally gets a little bit better as he as the prep progresses, and you can see where he wears those earmuffs, and they're just trying to keep him settled and switched off. So I think he's fit enough, he's calm, and this is a good sign for him as far as the preparation extends.
And Viren, number 9, Andrew Atkins riding for David Payne.
Yeah, hard to line these horses that are out of their grade. So look, he went round, he was beaten in a benchmark 64 there the other day, first up at a mile, went well. So he's eligible for easier races, but he does drop 7.5 kilos, and he's been kept quite safe in the market. So when that happens with the David Payne horses, you've got to respect them.
Yep, and there's no negatives about his parade. He looks perfect.
OK, Christian Buchanan with 2 runners coming up today, starting with Jaslyn. She's just been watching this horse walk around the mounting yard. When he's allowed to get into his rhythm, this horse, he's lovely to watch, and he fights on.
He's got a beautiful action, and he's just very aerobic, and he can really cover the ground. He likes to roll forward. I've discovered that you've really got to put him into the race. If there's too much speed, you just let them go, but he's got to be put into the race. If you let him go to sleep early, he switches off and treats it as a track gallop. But I'm really pleased with him. He just looks so good in the coat, and he's been very good in his work at home. I like how his runs have been spaced, and I like the step up to the 1800 for him today.
Can you win another midway with Pandora Blue?
I think she can. I really do. She hasn't obviously been tested at the 1300 yet, but I'm pretty confident she'll get that. She's in good order as well. She's a lovely mare. You know, I can't knock her. She's very genuine, very sensible, and a really nice horse to bring to the races.
Well, good luck today.
Thank you.
Pick of the Yard is brought to you by Arrowfield, home of champion racehorse and Group 1 sire Dundeel.
I'm going with the one, Mayfair Spirit, on top. As I said, I've been highly critical of him in previous runs where he's just hasn't settled and relaxed in the yard, but today he seems to be doing everything right like he did last start. So if he gets a nice run in transit, I think he's going to be hard to beat. Shibley's the other horse that I think can bounce back into contention, and of the others, Jazzland looks in great shape.
I'm with him as well. We're getting a good price, 1, 3, 4 and 2. Look, he's just got on the toe behind the barrier now with the pony. Look at him jig-jogging, and Timmy Clark's just wiping the sweat off him, so this race can't start soon enough for him. But I'm comfortable with him. I thought he was pretty good the other day. He was just out-sprinted. So 1800 suits him better. Interested in what tactics he used here. In saying that, look at that big laid-back fella. He looks in magnificent order, Jazzland. He hasn't got a care in the world. He finds the lead here, I would think, unopposed. So he's hard enough to run down. Of the others, Shibley back at home, and best of the rest. I thought Prompt Prodigy, if there's an upset, I think it could well come from Prompt Prodigy. 1, 3, 4 and 2. What's happening here, Glenn?
Yeah, not a great deal, Ronnie. The favourite Shibley's got to its best price all day now as a $3 chance after it was $2.90 into $2.60 very early this morning. Back out to $3 now. Jazzland went up $3.50 this morning, has got all the way, well, not a long way out, but it's still $3.80. That's the best price it's been all day. Mayfair Spirit, who got $4.40 to $6.50. The pick of the yard is a $6 chance, so a little twist in there. Another one, a best of 11, now at its shortest all day at $9. Lady Loves to Gamble went up 9, got to 10, now splits it at $9.50. Viren, the bottom one, went up 12, got to 13, back to its first price at 12. Prompt Prodigy's been the most significant firm all day, 26 into 16, and even Avion Fury, 41 into 23. And I think looking at the money on those, that's got more to do with the fact that the favourites are getting out more than money being invested on them to bring them in. because, we'll put it this way, you add the investments on Prom Prodigy and Avion Fury together, and it doesn't total Viren, and yet Viren has held its mark, and the other two are 26 to 16 and 41 to 23. It doesn't sound right. But $3 now, Shibley. Jazzland gets to 4. Mayfield Spirit stays at $6 the pick of the yard. Another one stays 9. Lady Loves to Gamble stays $9.50. Viren back into 11. Prom Prodigy 16. Avion Fury 23. $3 the favourite here, Greg. Tommy Berry. Can he go like the Pickles? 3 in a row. 3.
And he's got more to come after this, as he rides Salik in race number 4 as well. So they're over behind the gates here for the Mates in Construction Handicap over 1,800 metres. It has been Berry's day so far. We're 60 seconds away from a start, Duff.
Yep, and it looks pretty clear-cut, this map, doesn't it? You've got Jazzland, who loves to take control and lead up. Lady Loves to Gamble, I would have thought, just loves to take the sit against him. And then I'm interested, it'll probably all come down to how quick they're going with Mayfair Spirit, because he wouldn't want them to stop and sprint. He got left for dead when that mare Gary Portelli sprinted hard the other day and left him flat-footed, Ruby Tuesday. So I don't think he'd want that situation, although there's an extra 200. But he seems to have settled down a little bit better than what he was a minute ago. And Shibley just sits behind them, minds his own business and comes to the outside. He just got into that little bit of a bumping duel there last time, so maybe back at home, you know, we all want to be forgiving, but the market hasn't let him go, although he's out to $3.10 now. So an interesting little race. Will another one run 1,800? Might do, with 53 kilos on his back. And then Viren's been very solid, one of these typical David Payne. He can run them out of their class with no weight and they can perform. And, you know, I thought Prom Prodigy would improve as the blindfold goes on. Avion Fury, who a bold move by the stable. We won't be calling him Ian Finn if it wins. It'll be Ian Waller, because it'll be a nice old training performance. He's into 21 now. He's into 21, Avion Fury.
Okay, jockey about to get back on board Avion Fury once it goes in, and Josh Parr was out of the saddle as they loaded Jazzland. He's about to jump back on board. The other runners are loading quite quickly. Still blindfolded Avion Fury being walked up to the gates. And in he goes. Another one still out of line. Prom Prodigy out of line. Another one. He ran second in the country championships behind Art Cadeau. He was one of the stars of that season. Went round a $10 chance after winning the heat in Wagga. Here he is at a benchmark 78, stepping up to 1,800 metres. Darren Flindell with the call of the third here at Rosehill.
Is almost in. They've locked the gate behind her, and the light's on. Ready now. They're set. Racing. Jazzland got the best of the start, I'd say, in the centre. Lady Loves to Gamble is going out with Jazzland, is carving across the lead from Lady Loves to Gamble. Mayfair Spirit being sent forward, getting to third now, in advance of Shibley on the outside of Viren. Then came another one from Avion Fury and Prom Prodigy last. Jazzland in front, and the brakes really applied now by Josh Parr. Jazzland in front by a length and a half to Mayfair Spirit, who got across pretty swiftly. And Lady Loves to Gamble's got a good spot third, a length clear from the favourite Shibley. Then came Viren, further back to another one. And the last two, Avion Fury and Prom Prodigy, as they go inside the 1,200 metre marker. Jazzland looking to make all here, out by a length to Mayfair Spirit. 2 lengths away to Lady Loves to Gamble, and a half further back to the favourite Shibley. Tommy Berry looking to ride the first 3 winners of the day there on Shibley. 2 lengths away to Viren. Then came another one, Avion Fury and Prom Prodigy. He's probably about 9 lengths off the leader now as they start the run down the side. 800 metres to run. Jazzland still in front by a length to Mayfair Spirit. Length and a half to Lady Loves a Gamble, partnered there by the favourite Shibley, who's just inching closer now the outside. 2 further back to Viren as the field strings out. From Avion Fury, another one's not travelling well, and Prom Prodigy. It's Jazzland in front from Mayfair Spirit, 500 metres to run. Shibley moves up 3 wide now from Lady Loves to Gamble, and Viren roused along on the back of the favourite. Into the straight, Jazzland in front from Mayfair Spirit, and Shibley chimes in now, and quickly Shibley moved up to join Jazzland and Mayfair Spirit. 2 lengths away to Viren as Shibley just ran in a bit there at the 200 but gets a length clear from Mayfair Spirit. Jazzland, another one with late headway, but it's Shibley in front of Jazzland near the line, and the favourite's going to win. Shibley from a stack of them. Shibley beat Jazzland. Anybody's guess for third. Lady Loves to Gamble charged through at the end and is one of the key players with Mayfair Spirit. Avion Fury deep out. Then came another one, and Prompt Prodigy was one of the last to finish with Viren.
He's looking unstoppable today, Tommy Berry. Looking unstoppable, but we'll just take it one race at a time. 290, 140. Jaslyn fought on well for second, and third might be Ladies Loves to Gamble as they lined up across the track, but that's 3 down and 3 to Tommy Berry.
Yeah, and I want to back him in the next.
Good luck, Chef.
Just put him in a lovely trailing position and just chimed in at the right time. Look at him, Brown's Cows there for second and third. Jazzland's held on. Lady Loves to Gamble. Avion Fury's run a bottler, stuck on okay. Mayfair Spirit and another one out wide. So a bunch finish, got the right run, chimed in at the right time, and just had a length on them because of the ride maybe. But geez, there was nothing between that lot, was there?
150.37, 34.88. Yeah, 34.88. Numbers are going up 4, 3, 5 and 7, 150.37, 34.88. Number one's officially run fifth. That's the third. We'll come back for the fourth, the Petaluma Handicap. 7 to go round. Burial ride Salik to try and make it 4 on the trot.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks.
Well done, Charlie. You've got Shibley going very well.
Yeah, he's going terrifically well at present, which is obviously aided by some very good rides this preparation. Obviously, first time up to the 1800 metres was a little bit of a concern, but they went a pretty sedate pace. So I was pretty confident in the mid stages that he was going to have enough turn of foot to outmuscle them late.
You've ticked a mile. You've ticked 1800. Could this horse go any further?
Yeah, I was actually having a good chat to Tommy about his sort of progression through his career, and he sort of said, "Oh, he might have just about hit his mark at the mile journey, but if he gets 18 and if he got 2000 again, or he's going to continue to progress, and he's actually going to make a pretty handy horse. He's obviously got a very good sort of career record so far, and he's relatively lightly raced. So there's certainly improvement to come, and how far he goes is up to him."
Into the next. Your stable's going for a treble. Tommy's going for 4 in a row on Salik.
Yeah, it's obviously a big day for the team and a big day for Tommy, and a big day for Star Thoroughbreds. I think Denise Martin has been begging me to get my hair cut for a number of weeks now, so if she lobs, then she might shout me a cut. So that'll obviously be good for everyone. But
they're
look,
only $30, Charlie. Depending where you go, they're not expensive. Or you'll find a punter here willing to do it today for charity.
I work for a Kiwi, so it must have rubbed off. Look, she's going terrifically well. We scratched her from a wide alley last weekend. Oh, sorry, not a wide alley, but just a dry track in the 1200, dropping back to 11. We're hoping for a little bit more rain, but look, you can still get your toe in today, and she should be very hard to beat.
All right, well done, and good luck in the next.
Thank you.
Tommy, we meet again. 3 races down and 3 races to you, and another good performance. This horse has bounced back into contention today, and you could see with the softer track he was going to do that.
Yeah, look, he was more comfortable with a bit of give in the ground and up in distance as well. Felt like he got left a little bit flat-footed the other day, but he was in amongst horses. I think he's a better horse when he's able to make his run on his own, when Huey has at his pass too, and present himself at his own pace. But that's good today, because that opens a few more doors now. If you can get a horse to 2000, they can probably make it up to a bit higher grade than they can at a mile.
When you come into these meetings, you obviously made a decision to stay in Sydney, and you've got a really good book of rides. You're going for 4 in a row with Salik in the next, so I'm not going to put a mock on you, but they said she's going really well. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, no, she's. I thought she was one of my better rides of the day, and look, I do get really good opportunities when I do decide to stay here, so I expect to get results, and when I don't, I get disappointed. So I'm definitely not finished yet, I hope. I've got some nice rides left and probably some of my better rides to come, so let's hope we can continue.
Good luck and well
Thanks.
done.
In the yard here for race 4, Petaluma Handicap, 1100 metres. This mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. We start with number 2, Undeniable, Jenny Duggan riding for Matt Smith.
Yeah, she's in fine form. This mare, back in to 1100. I don't think that poses her any problems. She maps well from the draw. And she should be close up again for the in-form Jenny Duggan.
Super honest, isn't she? And she's looked excellent her last couple of runs that I've seen her. So I have absolutely nothing negative to say about her today. She put up another good performance and she should be figuring right in the finish off of her last couple of starts.
New to Ed Cummings is number 3, Amici. Josh Parr.
Yeah, big query here. She's off a 210-day spell. She's had 2 Queensland trials. They're both, well, the last one's a month ago where she's trialled nicely under a hold. So, Joe, Ed's had her for about 26 days or 28 days, he said. So he's got to know her. She's great, fresh, and is a huge query here.
Yeah, well, she looks ready to go. Fitness isn't an issue for her. She's got a good coat on her, which I was expecting to see from her this time of year. She seems as though she's got a nice, relaxed manner. She's taking everything in her stride, and I couldn't say no. It's one I don't know very well, but on face value, she's quite an impressive type in the yard.
Tommy Berry going for 4 in a row, the first 4 on Salik here for Chris Waller, who's also looking for a treble.
Yeah, I think she'll give him a good show too. 73 days off, so a relatively short spell. Only one soft trial, but really caught the eye. Chris knows his strengths are probably fresh, so I think that'll be in the back of his mind. She's very, very hard to hold out. I think I'd love to trial where she wasn't let go at all. Fit enough, Lizzie?
Very fit, yes. Last preparation, I was really impressed how she came back a lot more physically mature, and she'd filled out into her rather big frame that she's got. She'd really filled out. And again, this prep, I wouldn't say she's matured much more than when she did last time around, but I would say that she's really ready to go today. So with her natural ability, the trial, and the fact that she's prepped up perfectly and looks spot on for a first up attempt, she's going to be hard to beat.
Oh, please, Diana, number 5, Jason Collett, Annabelle Neesham.
I think 1100 suits her better than 1,000 metres. She comes out of a pretty fast race there last time in course record time behind Delexo. So a big weight drop here. You could make a little case for her, not ruling her out.
No, you're not ruling her out, and she'll be charging home from back in the field, so she looks in good shape.
Russ Buss, number 7, Alicia Collett for Bjorn Baker.
Well, she looked brilliant in a trial before she resumed, and then she pulled up with that slow recovery when a beaten favourite running last at Wyong, and then she's been back to the trials and looked the part hard-held, winning a trial again. So I don't know what to think of her, although I do think she commands respect. I would have respected a lot more on if this was a real leaders track, which it's not. Looks pretty even.
She's quite light and lean and doesn't carry a great deal of condition, and that's naturally just what she has presented like in the past, and that was when I saw her when she ran in the Denise's Joy last preparation. So this is my first look at her. I think there's a couple of others I would just have in front of her at this stage, and I'm happy to be proven wrong and see how she performs today and judge her off of that.
Parachuter, number 8. Schiller rides for Pride.
Yeah, real little bulldog looking at her. Midweek form, solid. Gets in with a featherweight here. Probably ridden a little quieter from the draw back in distance. Just mixing distances with her, Joe, but gets in very light with the claim here.
Yeah, one of her better parades that I've seen from her in the past. I think that she looks really switched on today. Very much a little strong nuggety type who's got plenty of strength and fitness combined, and I would say that she's going to run better than expected.
And number 9 is Designer Made, Kathy O'Hara riding for Blake Fitzpatrick.
Well, surprised at 60 to 1 when ridden aggressively to lead last time, so this is harder, but I suspect she's ridden in a positive manner again.
Well, she looks great. She's switched off. It's just whether her form is up to a few of these others.
Okay, Edward Cummings has Amici here, formerly with David Van Dyke. You've had the horse for a few weeks, Ed?
Yeah, absolutely. No, she's been in the stable for just under 4 weeks now.
Well, what do you make of her?
I think she's a nice horse. She's got a good record. I think David's done a fabulous job with her to this point. Hopefully we're the happy sort of beneficiaries of a lot of his good work.
And to your eye, she looks ready to go out there today?
Yeah, I think she's paraded up really nicely. Very healthy and well in the coat. Nice and settled in the yard. She's taking everything in her stride. I'd expect her to run well off the parade alone.
Looks like she's got good speed to be up there early.
Yeah, look, she has had a habit of sort of missing the start from time to time, and if that was to happen, then obviously plan A goes out the window. But, Josh is an experienced rider, he knows what to do.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, Berry's going for 4, Waller's going for 3. Here's Charlie Duckworth's thoughts on Salik in the upcomer. Lizzie's pick of the yard brought to you by Arrowfield, Australia's leading source of Group 1 winners.
She looks hard to beat on form, Salik, and she looks hard to beat from the yard as well. Ready to go. As I stated last prep, she looked as though she'd really developed and come on nicely maturity-wise, and I think this time around you're seeing a horse that is just spot on for a first up attempt with that bags of maturity that she's made in previous preparations. So she's the one to beat today.
Yeah, I'm with her as well. 4, 3, 2 and 5. There'll be a very popular man if he can kick this first four winners home here. Tommy Berry, she's very solid in the market. I think they roll, really, she thinks she's going to sit 2 or 3 lengths back off them. And that always worries you in these 1100s at Rose Hill. But I think it's pretty fair today, just with that little jar out of it. I think it's evened it up, so I'm comfortable to be with her, and Tommy knows where he's going today so far. Amicia's the danger. She's been trained up to run well for sure. 2 undeniable just through her consistency, and I'll throw in Oh Please Diana. Up to 1100 suits her better, I would have thought. I like 4, 3, 2 and 5, Glenn.
Yeah, well, it hasn't stopped the punters. They're really keen to be. You've got Tommy to get 4 in a row here, Salik. As much as $3 given about it this morning is now a $2.50 chance on the NOP, 270 into 260, and holding 3 times the amount of money on any other runner in the race today. Amici has been pretty soft here, 340 out to 4. Parachuter, a little move, only 5 out to 550. Undeniable, 420 4.60 out to $6.50. Oh, please, Diana's a firm up here. 14 into 9 with us, 10 into 9 with the NOP, and the roughies are Rust Bus, who's been 16 out to 23, and Designer Made 26 out to 34. So get to the barriers here. Salik, can he ride 4 in a row, Greg? And just quickly, a bit of news. A good mate of ours here at Sky Thoroughbred Central, Patrick Murphy, has trained his first winner today at Goulburn. And congratulations to Patty. Little big sister over there, Jilly. She'll have a big smile on her face.
She has. I'm standing right next to her. She's very, very proud, big sister. And so would Mum and Dad at home. Did they go to the races? Oh, they went to the races. Good on them. Here's Salik. This would equal Tommy Berry's best day at the races. 4 winners on a Sydney track. And he's on Salik here, riding for Chris Waller. A treble for the stable is nothing new, but 4 would equal Tommy's record. And I doubt he would have done it in the first 4 races before. As good a chance as any to do it here with Salik. Amici right there in the market. Ed Cummings sounds pretty happy as they get close to moving in to the gates here for the 4th duff.
Yeah, it looks a pretty quick race. Obviously, Designer Made had a bit of success leading, so she'll be labelled urgent from 1. Rust Bus is very quick. Some of the maps had Parachuter going forward. Back in distance, they're going to try and ride her quietly. So that leaves Designer Made, Rust Bus, I'd say Amici right on their hammer. And then you got probably Undeniable. And then what does Tommy do? Does he let Oh Please Diana cross him from drawn outside there, or does he just kick up and probably hold her 3 deep? He might even go back to second last and just time his run here down from the turn home. I don't think he wants to overexert her, just keep her in touch within 4 lengths of these leaders. And I think it's a race where, even though it's 1100, you might be able to get home hard here, because I can see them going out pretty strong.
Shorter on the tote at 220 at the moment. What price with you now, Salik and also Amici, Glenn?
Yeah, still $2.50 and $4, Greg. $2.60 and $3.90 the NOP. So a roll under the one of them and a roll over the other at the moment. But $2.50 now, $4.20 Amici. So they're keen as the NOP goes to $4 to stay well ahead of it. So $2.50, $4.20. Parachuter stays a $5.50 chance. Undeniable at $6 in from $6.50 now, and Oh Please Diana at $9.50 back out from $9. The other two are $26 and $34. So let's see if Tommy can go 4 in a row. Could be a lucky mow. They used to say if he's got a mow, let him go, Greg.
And he's doing his best to grow it. First one comes up into line, Undeniable. In fact, might have been the second one to come up. Designer Made is in there as well. Here's Amici coming up into the gates. Eyes on Amici jumping away cleanly. Ex-David Van Dyke galloper now with Edward Cummings. Salik yet to move into barrier number 5. It'll be the next one in. Berry going for 4 in a row. Here's Darren Flindell for the Petaluma Handicap.
Favourite goes in there in the Star Thoroughbred Silks. They've had a great couple of weeks. And Oh Please Diana goes in. And the last now is Parachuter in the tricolour silks, being apprentice ridden here by Tyler Schiller. So Parachuter's in, and they're locked and loaded now. And we're ready. Stand by. Racing. Parachuter was last out of the gates, and Designer Made jumped well together with Rust Bus, and Amici's right there. Undeniable's going to slot into 4th as they find their spots clear from the favourite Salik. Then Oh Please Diana, and Parachuter a drop back to last. Designer Made is speeding along in the lead. Too much zip there for Rust Bus. Undeniable goes to 3rd, and Amici back to 4th now. A couple off to Salik enjoying the good tempo from Oh Please Diana, and Parachuter 8 lengths away is last of all. It's Designer Designer Maid leading at the 550 metres, a half length now on Russ Bus. Undeniable travels well on the inside of Amici, and 2 lengths further back to Salik, who's peeling as they straighten up. Designer Maid being joined by Russ Bus, 2 lengths away to Amici. Undeniable going through the middle, and Salik on the outside being desperately ridden here by Berry. There's 5 across the track. Amici, Undeniable move up to Russ Bus. Salik's battling. It's Amici and Undeniable fighting it out now. Amici and Undeniable. Amici with the head in front, and Amici just beat Undeniable. A photo for third. Oh, please, Dana, flashing together with Salik the outside. Then came Designer Maid from Russ Bus, and Parachuter was last in.
Amici, number 3, first go for Ed Cummings, pays immediately. Edward Cummings and Josh Parr, 4:10 and 2:60. Bit of cheering going on too. Very happy connections down trackside. Undeniable second. Number 2 will go into the frame. And we wait for the wide shot just to confirm it was Salik. And it won't be a lot in it. Oh, Salik or Oh Please Diana. There is nothing between them in second and third.
Yeah, just a bob of the head there for third and fourth there. But Amici, a nice start off for Ed. He's got a good association with the owners of this horse. Been off the scene a while, and she really dug in and had a go when you thought she might be a little bit vulnerable there the last little bit. She dug in and fought off a pretty fit Undeniable, who burst through like the winner there. Gee, I thought the favourite disappointed there. I thought she had a beautiful tag into it. When she peeled out, I think she's got to go crunch here. Maybe she'll improve with the run, but on face value, I'd have to mark her pretty disappointing, considering I thought she had the setup to suit there. But a good win by Meach, her first run in Sydney, and there might be more in store for her.
Oh Please Diana has got third, number 5, and 4 Salik has run fourth. 3, 2, 5 and 4. 1, 3.95 and home in 34.04. 63.95, 34.04. That's the fourth to Amici. Okay, Ed, tell us the story. How did she come to be in your stable?
So she is a half-sister to Duis by Nakoni. David Van Dyke had her, as you know, and pointed out pre-race. Did a marvellous job with her, and, I suppose on the back of getting some good results with Duis, the owners, with David in concert, suggested that perhaps she'd come down to us, different environment, she's a bit older, perhaps, a reinvigoration as such might do with the world of good, and, despite a few anxious moments in the run there, it's been a good start for her.
Great family then, isn't it?
Well, it's a developing family for sure, so, I dare say this might not be the end of her career by any stretch. Yep. She's, I think she's got a lot of racing, good racing left in her, and that's a large credit to David and his team for how they managed her up to this point.
She's going to be a sprinter though.
Well, David advised me that he thought she might step out to 1350 or 1400 eventually. So, we'll just have to wait and see. As you can see, she does have her own way of doing things, and we need to be respectful of that. But I'd like to see her stretch out eventually.
And little sister, she's gone for a well-earned break, has she?
Little sister's in the paddock, and she'll have a good 6-week spell. Obviously disappointed with the result in the Caulfield Cup, but very proud of her to win so well on the Wednesday prior. And there are some nice targets for her. She profiles very well for a 4-year-old mare coming out of her 3-year-old season in the spring, having won against older horses with big weights and still managing to rate quite well in some decent runs. So we're taking a very similar view to this filly, or this mare rather, trying to race her sparingly or at least try to take care of her at this point, knowing that, I think as Chris Waller quite perfectly illustrated with Very Elegant, the more you take care of them, the more they'll take care of you.
More success to you. Well done.
Thanks a lot.
Well done, Josh. Well, someone had to spoil the Tommy Berry party, and you, the smiling assassin, have done it.
Yeah, about time, Liz. That was getting out of hand. So 4 races in and we've struck.
What do you think of this mare?
She won quite well. It's a little bit of nervous energy there at the start of the race. She got a head up and just wanted to over-race with me. Thankfully, the speed went on and then she tucked ahead and she was really nice. Interestingly enough, the track is firming up now, and when I let her down, she just wanted to creep left slightly with me, but she was very determined and we got the victory.
And Edward was really confident with her leading into this run as well, even though there was a short price favourite in the field.
Yeah, well, she was turned out really well. I was really pleased with what I saw here today, and obviously I went with the pony, so I wasn't given much of an idea countering down to the start, but she was in good shape and we've got the goods.
Well done.
Thank you.
Big field here, 18 to line up in the Drinkwise Country Classic over 2,000 metres. Mounting out brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Real-time warrior, Laura Lafferty and Joanne Hardy.
Oh, look, he's one tough customer. Look, obviously his form's well exposed, being his 45th start, but he runs the distance right out. I just prefer a few others with the weight he's got.
Yeah, look, he's at the peak of his condition, as you mentioned. He runs the distance right out, but he probably doesn't get into this race in perfect circumstances. So looks-wise, you can leave him there with a place chance, but his conditions would probably have to improve.
Favourite is Dream Runner, Robbie Dolan, Keith Dryden.
Well, he's been around the mark all preparation. He's got good city form around the right horses. He's got a beautiful draw to map well. Had a few hard runs now, but you wouldn't know it. He's just got a great little attitude and puts himself in the box seat. He's short enough, but I think he's hard to beat.
Yeah, he does look hard to beat off of his recent form, and he's parading perfectly lovely and relaxed and switched off. He's doing everything correctly, and again, he should be fronting up and putting up his best performance.
Kitzbühel, number 3, Tim Clark for Tim Donnelly.
Well, he's a likeable horse with a great racing style. Third up, off a win, beautifully prepared. He'll be hard to get past if everything goes right for him before he gets to that first turn.
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it, with him? Everything has to go right for him to be able to perform at his optimum. Also, he's come on beautifully from his previous run. You remember we had him on top on that occasion, but he had a bit of improvement still to come in his coat, so he wasn't completely the finished article, and you can see now he looks as though he's really come on nicely, and there's lots to like about him today. The other thing about him is that he's a little bit of an anxious type in the yard, hence why he wears that stallion chain, but it's not something I'm too concerned about. He paraded that way last start.
Aesop's Fable, Ash Morgan, Peter Sinclair.
Yeah, look, we know he's a better horse than what we saw at Coonabarabran in the Cup last time. Previous 2 wins in the Dubbo and Canamble Cups are pretty good, where he gets the money. So if you want to forgive him last start, he got some credentials.
Yeah, she's a lovely mare, and she always, when she gets up to this trip, she's very competitive in all of her races. So I could leave her there with a place chance. She looks magnificent.
Here is not a bad idea, Brodie Loy and Clint Lundham.
Yeah, going well for the new stable out west. The Coonabarabran Cup form should be okay here, place chance.
Yep, another one who presents nicely, lovely and relaxed and switched off, doing everything correctly.
Invincible Dash, Tommy Berry, Nick Olive.
Yeah, this could surprise this horse. So it was probably just bolted in there at last week, 6 days ago in Goulburn. So I think he's a well-bred horse on a 6-day backup, in form, fit, and will run well at odds.
Yep, looks magnificent in the yard as well.
Here we go with number 8, Defy, John Van Overmeer on for Emma and Lucy Longmire.
Another backup horse from Goulburn, where 5 lengths to make up on Invincible Dash. I don't know whether that can happen.
Look, he's one that's definitely parading above expectations, but again would have to lift on recent form.
Naminga, Alicia Colladette O'Rourke.
Hasn't won in a long time, but look, he's threatening to win another race. He's not the worst here.
Not the worst, and certainly not the worst in a looks.
5 Kingdom, number 10, Tyler Schiller, Matthew Dale.
Yeah, I would have probably preferred if the rain kept... 5 Kingdom here, sorry. I really liked his run out of that fast race the other day. It's just 2,000 metres, and he can get on the bit and over-race a little bit. So if Tyler can find a position and switch him off, I think he's one of the horses with the best form here.
Yep, and one of the main chances as well on looks as well. He's just beautifully turned out again. I love to see them nice and switched off and relaxed, and that's exactly how he normally is, and that's how he's parading.
Zacharias, number 11, Nissa Burrells for Chris Hardy.
Yeah, he's found his form again this preparation. He looked a really good horse 2 preparations back, this fella, and then lost his way. But his last couple of runs are good. I wish it was wet for him. You'd be including him. He's got speed, but he would have been better on a slow or heavy track.
Yeah, puts himself up on the speed and is one that will run all day. Look, looks great. I couldn't knock him at all. He's always got that long loping mane of his, and he's looking as though he's been prepped up perfectly. So he's in good shape today, and he will run well.
This is Jenny Duggan, Chloe Thomas.
Yeah, not far away behind Kitzbühel last start, but this draw makes it a little bit tough for him.
Yeah, it definitely will be a bit tough, but still turned out nicely.
Wichita Warrior 13, Lee McGorrian riding for Keith Dryden.
Yeah, Keith's strong here with 3 nice runners. Look, he's going okay, gets weight relief today. Although 2,000 metres might be a stretch.
It looks very fit and forward in condition.
group think, Josh Parr, Ed O'Rourke?
Going well. He's toughened up with a 2200 metre run at Eagle Farm, so good little grounding, not the worst.
Yeah, got plenty of fitness on his side for this type of trip, and he looks as though he's parading quite well.
Big odds for Mars Singer, Andrew Atkins, Gary Colvin.
Yeah, last start winner of a benchmark 60 at Queanbeyan. I'm not sure that'd be the form here.
Yeah, but there's a couple of others I have in front of this galloper, but still turned out okay.
Next is Bird on a winning post, Kathy O'Hara, Will Friedman.
No weight, good draw, maps well, should run a race.
Yep, and again, she's turned out well, like previous runs that I've seen her at where she's been competitive. So again, she's there with a place chance.
Kerr Matten, Jason Collett, Keith Dryden.
I like this mare. She'll probably have to give him a big start from that outside draw, but I like the way she savages the line when ridden quietly. So if there's any weakness in them late, and Jason can just weave that bit of Collett magic, I think she's got a real knockout chance.
Yeah, it's just a case of whether there's enough speed on for her, but as far as a looks perspective, she looks well, getting a little bit warm, but I'm going to leave her there just with a place chance if she gets the speed.
Proven class winner, Costin James Ponsonby.
Just hasn't found his form so far.
No, he hasn't, but he still looks well, and we just have to wait to see when he's going to return to form.
19 Rockamo, Jimmy Innes on for Alicia Bennett.
Yeah, just whacking away okay, but all in all, just out of maiden class and getting a bit warm there, Lizzie.
Yeah, I haven't seen this galloper before, so I don't know if this is a usual parade, but I would suggest that this is an element you want to see.
There are the runners going to the gates. Big field to line up. Lizzie's Pick of the Yard brought to you by Arrowfield, Australia's leading source of Group 1 winners.
And with Kitzbühel on top, just the fact that he's come on from that last start performance in his coat, he was able to win looking a little bit shabby, and he's come on really nicely. So that just tells me he's in great form. So here's the on-top selection from Aesop's Fable, who I thought presented beautifully. The mare's in, it looks though she's in good form, and if you can cast your mind back to her previous run, she's going to be right in this race. And of course, the favourite Dream Runner, he gets a tick from the yard as well.
I'm 2, 3, 10 and 17. I have to go with Dream Runner. I know he's had a few hard runs, but he's yet to run a bad race. I just think he'll be 2 back, 3 back the fence. Robbie just has to get him into the clear at the right time without being held up. And I think he gets his opportunity in this class to put another win on the board. I think Kitzbühel's the danger. Perfectly set up by Tim. He's just wanted to get a bit excited walking on the track and got a bit hot, but he's an excitable horse. He's a bit better now that he's got into rhythm. 10, 5 Kingdom. Needs a lot to go right for young Tyler here. I just think if he can put him into a spot and switch him off, he's certainly got the best form lines for a country race. And best of the rest, this mare, Kermerton, will be flying home late. if she gets the right run through. 2, 3, 10 and 17 should be a good betting race here, Glenn.
Yeah, but only 4 runners under $17 though, Ronnie. Dream Runner clearly the top pick here, a $3.50 chance. Well, that's the best price all day at $3.50. Got into as short as around about $3.20. NOP had a $3.10 out to $3.50. 5 Kingdom is the best firm up of those at the top of the market. 9 the best into $5, so halving its quote throughout the day. Kitzbühel, pretty steady realistically, only moving between $6.50 at the bottom of the market and $8 the top of the market, currently at 7. Kermatin is the only other runner in single figures, as much as $11 it now, $8. Then we go to Invincible Dash at 17 and 21 given about it early. Naminga, 11 out to 17. Group Think, the stablemate there, 12 out to 18. Zacharias, 26 into 18. Aesop's Fable, 18, got to as much as 31 as now 26. And Bird on a winning post. This is so, and Wichita Warrior next picks at 31 each of 3. Rider there out of the saddle on Defy. Jean Van Overmeer just adjusting the saddle. Dream Runner, the $3.50 favourite for the Country Classic. Kitzbühel, the pick of the yard, just in a half to be $6.50. Splitting that as 5 Kingdom at 5. And Kermatin, the only other runner under $16 at $8.50. Group Think comes into that $16 quote. So 4 clearing out from the rest of the field here, Greg. The Country Classic, still 90 seconds to go.
Very good concept. We see those highways when we get out to about 1,800 metres. There's a few miles. The majority of them are sprints at highway level, but this is the chance for country trained horses to get out over a little bit further, 2,000 metres. On Kitzbühel, Ronnie, Tim Donnelly had set this horse for the Country Classic via that 1,800 metre highway lead up. The one barrier is the barrier.
Yeah, look, I think I'm always a big fan of speed horses drawn out wide, but personally, not so much at this 2,000 metre start at Rose Hill. I know there's a decent run, but it's not like the 1,500 here where you get one big long run down the back straight, or it's not like the mile at Randwick. It's not like the 1,400 or 1,200 at Randwick where you can take your time getting across. Some of these jockeys in these staying races, when they draw in close here at Rose Hill, they just kick up just to not let the first wave get across them and then get shuffled right back on when the second wave comes across. So I think you'll find horses like Dream Runner, Bird on a Wire be a little more aggressive than normal, just to make sure they're not shuffled back on the inside a pair or two back more than they want. So they'll be looking for like your horses like Zacharias and Kitzbühel, the designators to come across. So they usually go out hard until they steady once they get around that first turn, and then the horses that make their move out wide like Kitzbühel. But it's just a matter of how much work they do. They can do a little bit more than expected from their start.
Yeah, I was going to try and see if our cameraman could show you that run to the first turn before they get to the back straight. It's not long. And we've got 18, a capacity field line up here. Any late changes, Glenn?
Favourite stays the same, Greg. Dream Runner 350. 5 Kingdom out to 550. Kitzbühel stays 7. Kermatin 850. Just slight firms. Naminga 17 back to 13. And Zacharias as much as 31 given about it. Now 13. Be interesting to see if Timmy Clark uses Nissa Burrells here in the first 300 metres. Another go-forward runner.
So they've got a straight run towards the back, but it's not a long one. Unlike Randwick, the 2,000 metres is when the rail's out. It starts on a bend. Here's Aesop's Fable, the Moree galloper. A long trip in for Peter Sinclair. Kitzbühel coming up, the Wagga galloper winning the highway lead up. Timmy Clark on board, the two Tims combine. Zacharias coming up for Chris Hardy, the Wagga Wagga trainer who's here today. Let's go up to Darren Flindell for race 5, the Drinkwise Country Classic.
Away. So Zacharias in. How many more do we have? Real-Time Warrior is still out of line. Laura Lafferty. And Kermatin as well, number 17. Might be an issue here with Naminga, one of Ed O'Rourke's 2 runners. Naminga tongue tie refitted. Tongue tie being refitted with Naminga, so no big drama there. So they're just attending to that here behind the gates with Naminga. Ed O'Rourke with 2 in the race, Naminga with the white cap, and the stablemate Group Think with the pale blue cap. Josh Parr aboard. Naminga's been running very consistently leading up to this as Real Time Warrior goes in. The tongue tie refitted now, Naminga, who moves in now. So Naminga getting set. And Kamatin, who's drawn the outside gate 18 in the Country Classic, 2,000 metres ahead of them. And they're off and racing, and 5 Kingdoms centre stalls left. World Dream Runner out well enough with Group Think. Not a bad idea, pushing on. Zachara's pushing on as well, and out pretty deep in the early stages. And trying to get a spot is Mars Singer. So they try to find their positions here, and Zachara surges through the pack. And Zachara's will take the lead clearly from 5 Kingdom. Not a bad idea. Massinger out deep, and Group Think right there in the pale blue cap. Then the favourite Dream Runner. Now Kitzbühel's pushing forward from the wide gate, caught 3 wide at this stage as they start the run down the back section of the course. Then Bird on a winning post from Naminga deeper out. 2 lengths further back to Invincible Dash on the outside of Wichita Warrior. Then came Defy, who's pinching ground on the inside, clear from Rockamo. Then Kamatin. Further back to Aesop's Fable, Real Time Warrior, Proven Class, and 3 lengths away to This Is So. So they roll down the back, and Zachara's is the front runner by a length and a half to Mars Singer. 5 Kingdom to a clear third. Couple off to Bird on a winning post on the outside of Group Think, and Kitzbühel is cast 3 deep the trip there. They're followed further back then by Naminga, is on the improve from Dream Runner, and then came Bird on a winning post. 2 slots in front of Bird on a winning post is not a bad idea. Now midfield Invincible Dash, followed by Defy the Rails. Then came Wichita Warrior from Kamatin deep out, together with Rockamo, Real Time Warrior, Proven Class. This Is So's last of all. Righto, Zacharias is off and gone, coming to the turn. Can Zacharias keep going? 400 metres to run. 4 lengths in front of Group Thing. Then Kitzbühel. Naminga's winding up on the outside. Clear from Invincible Dash. Kamatin down the outside. 5 Kingdom looks to be labouring between runners as Naminga moved up now to the stablemate Group Thing. Invincible Dash is closing in. Real Time Warrior's closing in. 5 Kingdom starting to get its second wind. Real Time Warrior, Invincible Dash move up. 5 Kingdoms going through the centre. Real Time Warrior follows through down. Real Time Warrior won the Country Classic from 5 Kingdom. Hit a real flat spot there and picked up to run second in front of Naminga. Then Invincible Dash and Group Think. Further back to Zacharias from Dream Runner. This Is So, Defy, Kamatin, Wichita Warrior. Then came Rockamo from Bird on a winning post. Not a bad idea. Proven Class. Kitzbühel did it tough. And there's a couple here looking for early showers. Aesop's Fable and Mars Singer.
Well, that was a test, and Real Time Warrior. The girls combining Laura Lafferty, the 3 kilo apprentice, with Joanne Hardy up there at Coffs Harbour. 1 Real Time Warrior will be first, beating number 10, 5 Kingdom. We're standing by for third to be posted. We've got to go to Brisbane. Stay tuned to your screens. We will post all numbers in a moment.
He's won 9 races for us now. He's just been a really good bread and butter staying horse in the country, and I thought they might be a bit too good for him today, but we had to take the claim and get a bit of weight off his back because he just doesn't carry that 57, 58. He still labours.
Yeah.
When he's down at the 55, 56, he can really got to turn a foot. So.
Well, he really stayed, because that was a test out there today, wasn't it?
It was. Look, and the pace was on, and look, that really suits him. When they stop at home, when the staying races, they tend to sort of pull up mid-race. He tends to over-race and he doesn't finish off. But, you know, today they really hooked along at a good pace, and it just suited him. So.
And for a horse like him, the opportunity to race for this sort of money, it just doesn't come up.
No, it doesn't. No, it's you know, I'd like to big thank you to Racing New South Wales for putting these races on and for supporting country racing. There's a lot of people that own horses in the country that just have a fabulous time doing it. We've got a lot of owners here today, and they're having a great day.
They looked like they were having a great day.
Yeah, that just made it a bit better.
Good on you. Well, are they long-time owners?
Yes, they are long-time owners. Been owners for 6 or 7 years. Good supporters. Just people with a small share in a horse that just enjoy racing.
That's great. Well done, Joe.
Yeah, thank you.
Good on you.
Well done, Laura. Well, that's a big effort, winning on a top weight in a field like this today. A really special moment, I'm sure, in your career. This is your first Metropolitan winner here in Sydney. You went down to Albury yesterday and rode a winner, and you're back here in town today riding 150 to 1 winner. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've got a lot of people to thank, but first and foremost, well done to Miss Hardy, the team back at home. The horse just looked a treat in the yard. It was open field today. I felt like it really could be anyone's chance to win this race. Yeah, he just felt super going to the gates. He relaxed really nice for me, and I was just lucky enough to get sort of the splits at the top of the straight, and it was too strong for him.
They looked to be quite genuine tempo when we were watching the race, and you must have sort of been back just saving yourself because you had that big weight.
Yeah, I think that's sort of what he got him in the end. He probably could have won a few more than he has. And the race just hasn't suited, and he hasn't been able to travel as well as he did today. But you're exactly right. The tempo was really, really strong, which suited us because he works really nicely in behind him. When he's able to travel like that, he was able to really reserve his energy and work strong to the line.
I just mentioned at the top, this was your first Metropolitan winner here in Sydney. You're on loan from down in Melbourne. Just tell us a little bit about your story and why you're here today.
Yeah, I'm from Warrnambool, apprentice to my dad, Peter Lafferty. And yeah, thanks to my manager, Liam Pryor, he sort of prompted me to come up here for John O'Shea on a 3-month loan. It keeps going like this, so I'd be happy to stay.
And you're really enjoying your time?
It's been lovely. Yeah, it's been really great so far.
And this would have to be arguably one of your biggest career victories as well, especially on a day like today.
Yeah, most definitely. It's been a really hard 6 months, but as Jenny Duggan said the other day, you just got to keep one foot in front of the other, and it eventually happens in the end.
And keep that smile on your face. Well done. Deserved win.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
They do it every time.
Yeah,
9 minutes and the horses have just come into the yard for the next, so they've just walked in. We're live and we're about to bring you the mounting yard for the midway. So on the NOP, Pandora Blue is at 360, Sequan is at 440, $6 for Bowery Breeze and $6 for Tempest. Just waiting on these last few to come down into the yard. Mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. So number one is there, Trevest. First up today for Greg Hickman, and Tommy Berry is in the saddle.
Yeah, I find him a very interesting horse here. He's got a nose roll on and a lugging bit first up. He's only had one trial off 168 days. He was just a bit sluggish in that trial, but just talking to Tommy radio this morning, he said, you don't worry about his trials. He's just them short course trials. He can't get into his rhythm. So although that jury is out on that trial, I'm very wary of him fresh because he's a talented horse with a bit of first up form who could easily charge over the top of him late here.
Yep, that's exactly right. He's got some great first up form that I've previously seen of him, and he's one that is always a bit tricky in the yard. You never quite know whether he's going to put his best foot forward, but I must say he looks as though he's again put on a little bit more condition this time around. He's quite calm, and that nose roll is keeping his head down, and often when I see him walking around the yard he has his head up in the air without that on. So I'm interested in him, and I think he can run well.
The Newcastle galloper Sequan, trained by Paul Perry. Josh Parr in the saddle.
He's really caught my eye. Most people's eye at his past two runs when ridden quietly from wide draws. So he's learned how to race. He used to be a mad leader. So he's learned how to race now by accident, and he just box seats here, and I think he's hard to hold out.
Yep, should run very well, and he's getting a little bit warm. That would be my only negative about him. He didn't do that last start, so that's something to take note of.
Number 4 is Pandora Blue. Jason Collett riding for Christian Buchanan.
Yeah, lovely running type of mare. Got that good-looking record now. 6 starts, 4 wins. Just rolls along, makes her own luck. Just has to stretch it to 1,300 metres today, but she should prove hard to beat again.
She should, yes, and she's fronting up in exactly the same condition. So if she gets her own way in front, she's the one to get past.
Woodwar number 6, Tim Clark, Damien Lane.
Well, he's just a good, tough competitor, isn't he? He always rolls forward, chips away, gives his all, and he doesn't get beat far if he does get beat.
Yep, that's exactly how he maps to run today, and there's no change in his appearance at all. He looks as though he's in good shape.
Let's go to Bowery Breeze, number 7, Kathy O'Hara for Paul and Martha Cave.
Yeah, no, I don't think many. I thought she might slip the system here in the market, but no, the punters aren't that stupid to not run to suit last week. She got back. It was a sprint home. This is more her go. So the market's reacting to her now, and she's getting into more what should be her price. She looks a beaut race for her.
Does look a perfect race for her. She just likes a bit more sting out of the ground in what I've seen from her previously. Looks-wise, she's at the peak of her condition. She's just got to find the right conditions to suit her.
Champagne Vega, number 10, Alicia Collett, Joe Eibel.
Yeah, 126 days. He's had a Kembla trial. He won first up fresh last prep, but in a much easier race than this.
He looks as though he's got a little bit of improvement still to come, but he's done enough work to be effective fresh, but there will be improvement after today's effort.
Here's Ghost Writer, number 11, Brodie Loy, Annabelle Neesham.
Yeah, not completely forgotten in the market here. It's in first up, blinkers on, visors off. It's had 294 days and three recent trials should have him pretty forward. I'd be looking to see if he continues just to firm that point here and there when he walks out the yard, because then I'd probably entertain him a little bit more.
Yeah, very forward in condition, and he should run well.
Departing Bullet, John Van Overmeer on board for Paul Nisiforo.
Not up to the Goulburn Cup last start, but look, probably prefer a few others here though.
Another one that's turned out nicely, but again, I prefer a few others too.
Temperist, 13, Tyler Schiller riding. He only claims the half to 51.5, and David Payne.
Yeah, here's another one of these David Payne horses there, just bringing up in class and down in weight. And got the Bubble Cheeker on the near side today. Really, he's just out of maiden class. But he was good first up, and he did attract early support on Wednesday, 15 to 850, and all of a sudden he's 7 into 650. So I think we should take a little bit of notice of that.
Yeah, lovely big strong type. He's getting a little bit warm today, which is unlike him, but he's keeping his nature and his demeanour, I should say, nice and relaxed. So when he's getting warm, because it's a warm day, I'm not too concerned about it, but he's a lovely big strong type, and market support is interesting.
2-star, number 14, James Innes, John Sargent.
The blinkers are back on this mare, but would have just liked to see a touch more there first up, so watch for later on.
Yeah, I'm the same. I think she's taken improvement, but she's one that I would have liked to have seen a bit more from.
Okay, that's a look at the runners as they parade. Let's get the latest on Tavest here. First up for Greg Hickman. Are you ready to go today, Greg?
Tried my very best, Greg. We had a quiet trial the other day. They told me these Travis stocks, you're really not going to train them. You've got to keep them nice and fresh and sparky, so we've done that. About a fortnight ago, I let his head go a bit and he showed it was all still there, so we've just kept him under a tight rein till today and let him do his talking race day, hopefully.
Okay, Duff was talking about the trial earlier. We just don't really take much credit into that.
I wouldn't think so. We left the earmuffs on him, that probably quietened him a little bit. He hasn't got him on today, but I mean, he does take a couple of runs, a couple of trials to come to hand, but I thought I've done enough with him and to start him over 1300, as long as there's enough pace in the race, Greg.
Yeah. Ability-wise, he's got it?
Yeah, no, he's any horse that's only ever won 3 races and they're all been in town. It's not the hardest race to start off in, but I think the horse has improved a heck of a lot this preparation.
Is that your lucky tie?
That's the lucky tie, Greg.
All
you know
right, that's
that.
good enough for me then. Good luck, Hickey.
Thanks, Greg.
Let's have a look at Lizzie's pick of the yard, brought to you by Arrowfield, Australia's leading source of Group 1 winners.
I was with her last start, Pandora Blue, and I'm going to stick with her again today. Hopefully she can get the same type of run in transit, and she should be hard to get past.
Marking them 3, 1, 7 and 4. I'm going to go with Saquon here. I just think he sets up well, 4th up now, mapping better, and hopefully he can put things together and put them away. I think the dangers are 1 Travest. Hope they go hard enough for him so he can unleash that big sprint late here. 7 Bowery Breeze. Like I said, I thought she was going to escape the market here, but that's not going to happen at $6.50 now. Thought her run last week was acceptable, and this is much more to her liking, and I can't leave out Pandora Blue. You know, she's got a terrific little record, 4 wins, 6 starts, and got a lovely racing style. I'm marking them 3, 1, 7 and 4. What's the best back here, Glenn?
Well, the best back runner, dollar-wise, is Pandora Blue over Travest, Ronnie, and they're both a little bit easy, Travest, but Pandora Blue out from 280 to 360, NOP's 310 to 370, but 360 with Tab, in fact, has 3.5 times the amount of money on it than any other runner in the race, and a tick under half the total investment on the race, which is pretty good, considering we're 10 past 4 in the afternoon here. 360 Pandora Blue. Saquon, well, as short as 440, now out to 5. Boudoir, as long as 8, is now 650. Timphanus, not a great deal of movement in it at all. It went up 650 this morning, and it's still there 650 at the moment. Bowery Breeze, as Ronnie said to you, was a firm. As much as 10 is now a $7 chance. Travest is just out slightly, 8 out to 9. And then we go to the double figure runners. Ghost Rider, as much as 23, it now a $16 chance. Champagne Vega and Departing Bullet, 34 a pair. And 2-star your Ruffy at $71. But 360, your favourite there. Josh Parr out of the saddle on Saquon behind the barriers. 360 Pandora Blue. They're keen to push Saquon here. They've got it to 550. Boudoir Timphanus 650 a pair and Bowery Breeze at 7. Travest into 850. So now we have, half a dozen runners between 360 and 850. Greg, in a pretty compact midway here, race number 6.
Yes, the new concept of midways, although I think punters are slowly getting their head around this new concept for horses around that benchmark 72 from particular stables on a point score basis. But one trainer who has made a habit of getting this right is Christian Buchanan, and she's got another great chance here with a midway winner, Pandora Blue.
She certainly has. There's Saquon, I don't know whether it's the usual thing. Yeah, I think it is. They just get off. He must be a little bit difficult to load, but he runs in there. Can't wait to get in the barrier today. No problems at all.
He's just got to get a run up.
Yeah, it was like Munsey going for the esky after the last.
I wouldn't have stopped.
Here comes number 12, Departing Bullet into the gates. So they're loading him well. Let's go up to Darren for the 6th. The quaddie will start after this as we get into our feature races with the Golden Gift and the Hot Danish. But this is the midway.
So they are getting set. 2-star just having an extended warm-up behind the gates as we're in the final stages of loading. Ghost Rider's getting set with the blinkers on first time. Champagne Vega goes up with Travis resuming. Good fresh record, Travis, and 2-star will be the last. Pandora Blue showed great speed to lead all the way here last time out. Looking to make it 3 in a row now and is drawn on the outside of a real speedy one in Boudoir. So 2-star moves in to complete the lineup and we're ready for the midway handicap. Gates are back, they're off. Bowery Breeze left the gates rather cleanly, so did Boudoir, who's going to the front, and 2 stars on the scene with Pandora Blue going to third. Then Tempest and Departing Bullets right there on the fence. A couple off to Bowery Breeze from Sequan. Is almost in the second half of the field there. They're followed back in the field to Champagne Vega, followed then by Ghost Rider, and Travis is the last one. Boudoir in front for 2-star, who got the spot outside, so Pandora Blue takes cover in third, 1 out, 1 back around Departing Bullet. A length off to Tempest, a length and a half Sequan from Bowery Breeze, Ghost Rider, Champagne Vega, and Travis, 9 off them's last of all. 600 metres to run. Boudoir held together from 2-star. Then came Departing Bullet on the fence from Pandora Blue, Tempest wider out. Sequan off the fence from Bowery Breeze as they straighten up, and Boudoir wound up now as they straighten up. 2 lengths clear from 2-star and Pandora Blue. 2 lengths further back to Sequan, taking runs between them. At the 300, Boudoir a length and a half clear from Pandora Blue, and now Sequan's on the scene with Bowery Breeze the outside. Boudoir being joined here by Sequan. Bowery Breeze, Travis led on the scene, but Sequan's gone through the centre, has the head in front. Sequan from Boudoir. Sequan a half head to Boudoir. Photo finish for third as well. Bowery Breeze with Travis the outside and close up Ghost Rider. Then came 2-star from Champagne Vega. Pandora Blue weakened out from Departing Bullet and Tempest.
Sequan, number 3. Josh Parr for Paul Perry. Darren has gone for Sequan here over Boudoir. We'll wait for the low angle here. It's Sequan and Boudoir. Number 3, Sequan, Josh Parr, and Paul Perry and Boudoir. And look at that. Where's the photo?
Closer than what we think. Yep.
Just. That is a nose. Sequan, 3 and 6. And third home, it's another tidy. Might be Bowery Breeze, just with 3 of them across the track in the second line, Ronnie.
Yeah, look, he just was given a beautiful ride, Sequan. You thought he was going to put him away. How tough is that Boudoir? I sort of marked him once they got to him, and Josh hasn't let the Sequan down. I thought, Boudoir's gone now. Look at these horses coming later. I thought, look at Bowery Breeze, and this top weight's going to explode here. And Boudoir just does his thing. He fights, and you think he only goes down by a nose there. It's unbelievable. But it was his race, Sequan. He mapped beautifully. He was beautifully ridden close. Everything fell into place for him, and he gets the job done. Narrowly from Boudoir there, and it is close for third. I think we'll leave that to the judge. I think it might be Bowery Breeze. And the other one, Ghost Rider, was diving through late, and Travis just found it a bit short and was just warming up when it was all over. But he gets the money today, narrowly, but convincingly.
7's run third, Bowery Breeze. 11's run fourth. So the time is yet to be posted. Now, where's...
You're not sorry.
I'm looking for... to the Perry stable. I think Sequan deserves to be back in the winners list after a couple of performances there in the midway, but he was much better than the form suggests.
Oh yeah, we're just trying to get him to come back and relax, and he's had bad barriers today. He's drawn a barrier and he's produced the results.
And he can go on with it from here because his early form was excellent.
Oh, it's impeccable. Yeah, really good.
The stable reckon they've got him right now and he can go on with it?
Yeah, well, it's up to the boss to place him where he thinks he can win, and hopefully he'll keep on winning.
Well done, Mick.
Thanks
Good on
very
you.
much.
He toughed it out in the end. It took a little bit of while to wind up, but he stuck his nose out at the right time, the perfect time, in fact.
Perfect time. That's exactly right, Lizzie. And thank goodness he did. I had a dream run. I got onto the back of Pandora Blue, 600 from home. I thought, my goodness, this is working out really well. Got the clear air, and he let down well, but didn't go on with it immediately. He wanted to change strides, and that took a little bit of time, and then he regathered himself. And Timmy on the inside kept kicking back, kicking. But thank God we got him.
Brother-in-law's fighting it out to the finish, hey?
That's how it should be, Lizzie. That's what we should come to expect on a Saturday, hopefully.
But only if you win.
Only if I'm the victor, that's right.
Well done.
Thank you.
It was paid $5.
Another $1 million race coming up. Rosehill Gardens, race 7, the English Rural Property Golden Gift, 1,100 metres for the 2-year-olds. 2 scratchings, 10 to run. And this mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. One is Sir Jarden, the Breeders' Plate winner. Jason Collett, Gary Portelli.
Yeah, well presented horse, nice and alert. Breeders' Plate winner. Worked well between races since that the Breeders' Plate 5 weeks ago. Needs a few things to go right. You know, are you going to mess with his pattern? He come from back in the field to win the Breeders' Plate. All of a sudden here, you know, you want to try and punch him up on the speed. I don't think they will. So it just needs a few things to happen for him in the run.
He does, but he's a ready-made 2-year-old. When you're looking at him physically, he's a nice, neat, compact type. He's very focused when he's walking around the yard, and I loved the way that he presented in the Breeders' Plate. I thought that he was one of the horses that really stood out, and he's continued to impress me. I saw him at that racecourse gallop that you spoke about, and he was just the ultimate professional on that occasion. And again, he fronts it up today. Fit, forward, very professional, and he can only run well.
Nobel, number 2, Tommy Berrion for Annabelle Neesham.
Yeah, lovely horse. He did enough at his debut travelling to Melbourne. He got back, ran on. He trialled nicely here in the official trials at Randwick. So he's had a trip away. He's had race experience. Don't know how much gate speed he's got though, but yeah, he's a nice enough horse.
First time having a look at him. I haven't seen him previous to today's outing, and he's got the 2 handlers, the stallion chain on. So he's obviously... you know, he can prove a little bit up and about, I would say, with him, and he's not doing that at all today. So, look, I think that he looks incredibly well. Annabelle's excellent at getting her horses tuned up, especially these 2-year-olds, and he looks as though he's here to run a big race.
Contemporary, number 3, Josh Parr riding for James Cummings.
Yeah, I liked him the other day. I thought he went okay without raving. So he probably needs to lift off that. The thing he has got in his favour, he did start even money in 2 to 1 in his 2 starts. So typical Godolphin, maybe improver.
Yeah, look, I just wish that he would not dance around and swish his tail and not focus. I think that if he focuses, he's going to be a very good horse, but I just don't think that he does that. And you can see the way that he's parading, he's not got his mind on the job, and hopefully as he continues to race, they'll be able to get his mind on the job and make him focus a little bit more. Otherwise, he'll be probably gelded.
Here's number 4, Shervo, James Innes for Ryan and Alexio.
Yeah, he had specking at odds in the Kirkham Plate, and he wasn't beaten far. I think 1,100 metres suits him the best. Well, one of the best, and he's a cool dude.
He is a very cool dude, and I thought that he presented nicely on that occasion, his first up run, and he looks to have continued to improve, and he's just from a stable which know how to set up their horses for these types of contests, and he'll be going in the top 3 selections from the improvement that he's made and the fact that he's so well-mannered.
With 2 Aquis runners, that horse Shervo will wear the white cap for James Innes. Charlotte at number 5, Jay Ford, Joe Pride.
Yeah, look, he was a little green there, but it was an enormous debut from him with improvement to Cub. I think he could be a very good colt. Just has to improve on what he did the other day and come out of the barriers better. You know, things have to execute a lot better for him, but his finishing speed his strength here will come to the fore late, I think.
Beautiful type, isn't he? Even when we saw him walking around his first start, he really was a striking type. Physically, he's very athletic looking. He looks as though he's got strength in all the right places, and you can understand why his finishing sectionals are so good, because he's just got a really big motor, that lovely big strong hind quarter, good strong shoulder and forearm. Everything physically suggests to me that he's hitting this race at the right time. He's improved. I love his manners. There's not too many more nice things I can say about him. Hopefully he can get the job done today.
Number 6 is Cannonball, John Van Overmeer for Anthony and Sam Friedman.
Well, this is the one that worries me. He's $30-something to tote this horse. You know, he showed speed in the middle of the track, and he didn't throw it away at his debut down the straight there in the Maribyrnong trial. You've got to respect the stable bringing him here at the good odds. And what I respect about him most is that he might have more gate speed than most here, and if they happen to forget about him in front here, or he's up near the lead, I think he might run a cheeky race.
Yeah, very sharp type. He's an out-and-out 2-year-old. He's got strength in all the right places for this type of contest over this trip, and he's very well-mannered and behaves beautifully, so those elements are going to hold him in good stead moving forward.
Mount Brilliant, number 7, Tim Clark for Gay and Adrian.
He's had 2 trials, October 8 and October 21. He had the blinkers on the second trial, ridden up to win, showing some improvement. I was surprised he was well back this morning, maybe because of his racing style going forward.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be his greatest asset. I still think there's a bit of improvement to come physically from him as far as his fitness is concerned, but it's 1,100 metres. He looks to have done enough work for that trip that he will continue to improve that throughout this preparation.
Second of the Godolphin runners, High, Jenny Duggan on board for James Cummings.
Yeah, and the market's gravitating to her. They probably went up the wrong price at 11, so what is she now? She's into $5 on the NOP, so good chance of even running favourite. What a story this would be. Did a good enough job winning its debut with improvement to come. The fillies have looked better at this stage, I would say. We'll learn more here. And what an opportunity and a moment for Jenny.
Yeah, absolutely. What an opportunity. And she looks cool, calm and collected, and she deserves this opportunity. And she looks as though she's going to really take it in her stride. As far as Ojai, I think she's come on nicely from that first up run. She was only going to improve off of that experience and physically, and she looks as though she's going to be right in the finish off of what we're seeing of her today.
Second to Gary Portelli's a snit cat, Kathy O'Hara.
Yeah, another filly, nice improvement at the second start there, placed in the Kirkham, good draw, well experienced, no knock.
As you remember, when she ran in the Kirkham Plate, she got very warm, and she's doing exactly the same again today. So it's not something I love to see, but it's something that she has done previously, so we've accepted that from her.
And here's 12 Bird on a wing, Brodie Loy, Annabelle Neesham.
Yeah, she's got quality, there's no doubt, but she hits this race quickly after only 1 trial on October 29. So she showed speed before running second in a short course trial. There is little specking here and there for her, but she does have that touch of quality about her.
Yeah, lovely type, isn't she? She's got a beautiful action, the way she's been stepping out around the yard. She's got a bit of improvement still to come in her coat, but she's got a lot of strength. She's nice and strong through her, she's got good bone on her. She's nice and strong through her hindquarters, lovely deep girth, and she's just got a really good bit of quality, as Ronnie mentioned. When you're looking at her, you can see she's a standout as far as types are concerned.
Another $1 million race upcoming here at Rosehill Gardens. The Breeders' Plate winner, Sir Jardin for Gary Portelli. Gaz, he was brilliant that day. His finishing burst. How's he done since?
Greg, I couldn't fault the horse the way he's paraded today. He's walking around there like he's done it all before, which he has, I suppose. But he's like an old head, on a young body.
Is it going to be the same pattern for him today?
Well, Jason said he just wants to have a look at how he jumps, because often horses have their first start actually learn something from it, and they can often jump better the next time out. So he's going to just let, from the outside gate, he's got options. I sort of thought he might get back, but I think for $1 million they're going to be running along. But he sort of thought if there's a gap sort of just behind midfield and he can slot in somewhere and get some cover, then he'd rather be there than last, because they're not really making up a lot of ground here to win today.
Do you rate Snitcat a chance?
Well, she's in the perfect position based on what we've seen of the day so far. Horses in that sort of sweet spot, sort of 3 lengths off the leaders and coming to the middle, have been winning all day. So she's going to be in the right position anyway.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Greg will pick up here and throw to Lizzie. Hey? No, yeah, me too. You can ask Lizzie what the number is.
Mine's the 5.
It is brought to you by Arrowfield, Australia's leading source of Group 1 winners.
Hard to split these two top horses. I'm going with Charlatan on top. I love the way that he presented in the Kirkham Plate, and he looks to have come on really nicely. And obviously I'm banking on him taking a lot of improvement from that first up performance, which he has physically, but mentally we've got to see if he's ticked that box. Sajardin is an absolute professional, and he did everything perfectly, and he again has also progressed really nicely throughout this campaign. If you're looking for something at a bit of odds that I think can run really, really well, I'm looking at the horse Bird on a Wing down the bottom from the Annabelle Neesham stable, drawn inside and has got a bit of quality about her when you're looking at her.
Yeah, strange betting race this one. Glenn will tell you about it in a minute. 5, 1, 4 and 6 for me. Charlatan for me. Hopefully Jay can get him out of the barrier. He hasn't had much experience. He missed the start in his first trial, his first race. He's at Rose Hill now, not Ramwick, but just hopefully he can be more of a man today and shape up and travel. And if he's in with within a couple of lengths of him, I think he's going to be very strong. Sajardin, likewise, he's more switched on, knows what it's all about. 4 Shervo, run on strongly there. First up, looks well. And I'm going to put Cannonball in here, number 6, who might be able to show some speed and run a race at odds. 5, 1, 4 and 6, Glenn.
Yeah, well, I really don't know whether they can work this market out at the moment. There's 40 cents separating the top 3. Oh High, well, you could have had as much as $8 this morning, is now the 460 equal favourite with Charlatan, and 460 is the best price I think we've bet all day. NOP has Charlatan favourite at 440, but they are keen to lay it. And they've got the NOP 460 Oh High, but 460 a pair with tabs. Sajardin is a $5 chance after it was as short as $3.80 chance this morning. Then we get to double figures, but there's been some significant moves of the horses at double figures here. Mount Brilliant, as much as $16. It got into as short as $9.50 where it is at the moment, as Charlatan is into outright favourite again now at $4.60 over Oh High and Sajardin at 5 a pair. Mount Brilliant 16 to $9.50. Nobel as short as $6.50, as long as 11 is now 10. Shervo has been the one that hasn't moved a great deal all day, only moved between 10 and 12 all day, currently 12. Bird on a Wire, the bottom one here, as much as 31 is now 13. Contemporary went up 14, as short as 13, as much as 17 is now 16. Snitcat went up 13, got to 21, is now 19. And Cannonball, 23 is the best it's been all day, now a $21 chance. So the pick of the yard has made Charlatan the favourite here. NOP still 440, Tab still 460. Oh High 480 NOP, Tab still 5. Sajardin 5 in both places. And Mount Brilliant into 850 now. So this is 16 to 850 throughout the day. And now 4 runners in single figures. So an extremely open Inglis Rural Property Golden Gift, Greg, with, well, the golden ticket. It's like Willy Wonka. You get the golden ticket into the golden slipper.
And this is only the 3rd year this race has been around for $1 million. Dame Giselle won the first one in 2019, and she romped in by almost 4 lengths. And then last year, Sneaky 5 won this race at about $9. And we didn't see Sneaky 5 for almost 12 months, but back as a winner just recently. So they're the 2 winners of this race, Dame Giselle, Sneaky 5. The SPs in the 2 runnings have been $13 and $9. So it hasn't been a favourites race so far. Trainers still getting their head around this race worth $1 million so early in the season, but guaranteeing you a spot in the golden slipper if you can get there in the autumn. 1st and 2nd prize money, enough prize money to get in. 3rd just about puts you there. A very, very important race, and this year the Golden Slipper has been increased to $5 million plus another $1 million bonus through other ways in. So it becomes more than a $6 million race, in theory, if that bonus goes off. Here is Sajardin, the Breeders' Plate winner. They've got a great record of going on with things. Breeders' Plate winners can train on to win Golden Slippers. And just taking a bit of coaxing to get in. Collett was on board in the Breeders' Plate. You'll see him move in now, and here's Darren.
3-year-olds are ready. Stand by. They're racing. There's a good line out. Charlatan was one of the first out of the gate. So Jardin will go back to second last. Cannonball showing great muster and is going to speed to the lead. Mount Brilliant quickly across on the outside. Then Snitcat pushing through on the inside of Ohio. They're followed further back then by Bird on a Wing from Charlatan, and right there is Contemporary as well. So Charlatan, who jumped well, is now caught wide. Further back to Nobel from Sir Jardin, and Chervo had dropped right back to last. Cannonball speeding in the lead by 2.5 on Mount Brilliant. Snitcat pushing through. Then came Ohio from Contemporary. Bird on a Wing, Charlatan. Further back then to Sir Jardin getting to the outside. Nobel between runners. Cannonball at the 300 metres. 2 lengths in front of Snitcat, then Mount Brilliant. Charlatan's making good ground towards the inside, and Sir Jardin's winding up on the outside. It's Cannonball 2 lengths clear from Sir Jardin the outside. Charlatan through the middle, but Sir Jardin on the outside. Charlatan through the middle. Sir Jardin went home best to win the Golden Gift. Sir Jardin beat Charlatan, and a third Ohio, I'd say, in front of Cannonball. Then came Snitcat from Contemporary, Chervo late from Nobel, Mount Brilliant weakened out, and Bird on a Wing.
What a contest that was. What a contest that was. We've seen 2 very, very good colts go to the line locked together, wide apart. Sir Jardin out wide, Charlatan closer towards the inside. They're going to go on maybe to much better things. Cannonball, he flew early. He broke 11 comfortably for the first few sections. Standing start 1100 to the 1000, 7.9. Then they went 10.2 and 10.9. They were flying early. 1 Sir Jardin, 5 Charlatan, and number 8 Ohio, and Cannonball has run 4th. We'll find out soon, but Ronnie, that looked like it might be the best of the Golden Gifts we've seen in the 3 runnings so far.
Yeah, I just think there's some improvers there. You know, the winner, Gary's done a marvellous job with her, and he did it the tough way, although he got the speed to suit, and he had to come around everything. He's just not the finished article, the second horse. He doesn't know what it's all about. And he was ridden out of the barrier, and he wanted to over-race, dropped the bit, and he didn't know what it was all about, where the winner was momentum, and well-educated on his side. So 2 nice colts going forward, and they'll deserve their spot come Slipper Day.
Okay, now they've run 104.06, home in 35.12. The class record for 2-year-olds over 1100 is held by the freakish Amelia's Dream at 62.9, so they were outside that. We'll come back with Gary Portelli and Jason Collett following the brilliant win by Sir Jardin in the Golden Gift. Well done, Gaz. It's nice to win a Breeders' Plate, but that's worth $1 million.
Oh, mate, that was scary to watch, wasn't it? You know, and I know Jason said before the race he's hoping to get a position, but I don't think you can on this bloke. You just got to ride him cold. And he waited, and when I saw him open up there with about 200 to go, I thought he was home, and I just saw Joe's colours coming through, and I thought, oh no. You know, I think we got beaten one day by Piero. We thought we were home, and with Rebel Dane, and because the angle's funny here. I didn't want to go up too early because all my owners thought they'd won, but pretty embarrassing when they run second.
You've won a Golden Slipper with a filly. How does this colt...
It's a lot more profitable if you win with a colt.
How does this colt compare to some of the better colts you've had?
Oh, look, he had to do what he did today to prove to me that, you know, he's the real deal. You know, it was a strong race. The back markers weren't playing today, and he's just done everything you wanted to see. You know, he's the real deal. There's no doubt now. My job's now to give him a break and get him back and have him in first class order for the big one.
Is he looking for a break, do you think? Is he telling you that he might
He's
need?
a tough horse. I probably wouldn't have to, but I will.
Yep.
I think now that he's qualified for the Golden Slipper, we'll aim up at more than likely the Millennium, $2 million race. And then we'll probably go around a fortnight from the Golden Slipper and hopefully draw a little better than a day because I don't know, my heart can take much more of that, I've got to say. But it's a real thrill for the owners. We actually had a presentation today for the trophy of the Breeders' Plate, and believe it or not, the breeder of the horse, he got the trophy. So he's got the Breeders' Plate and the breeder, and he's got the mare. He's got foals by Capitalist out of her. It's just hopefully he remembers when it comes to a trainer. I'd like to take that one.
Is it a real relief to put the slipper away knowing that you're there? You don't have to chase your tail and get there.
Well, you don't have to peek him before the slipper now. All I have to do now is make sure I manage him and have him in good order on the day. And there's no doubt he'll improve off what we've seen. I said to you before the race, he's got an old head on a young body. He relaxed beautifully in the bird cage. He's just a gem to work with. He's just a beautiful horse to deal with. And geez, I don't know where it's going to stop. You know, he's ready to get over further. I think he'll get up to a mile later on. I know there's going to be better horses coming through. You know, we've only seen this small group of 2-year-olds for this point, but he'll improve as much as anyone. And I think we saw a winner.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well done, Jason. Well, you've always had a great opinion of this guy, and he's proved you right every single time, and today was no different. You set him a bit of a task, you said, when you came back to scale, but he's going to have to do that when he steps up in grade.
Yeah, exactly, Lizzie. He began better today, which I was happy about. I said to Gary that was probably number one on the list to get him out a bit cleaner. And he's taken improvement from that trial to first start to today. And look, yeah, I got on the back of Annabelle's Nobu and really didn't take me far, and I got a bit worried when the tempo was strong and they sort of flushed about 600, but just held them together, got them into the straight balanced, and as you see, he's let down really well.
And you saw Joe's horse, Charlatan, just looming up on your inside. Are you a bit worried then, or your guy had enough in the tank?
I went past him and I could see he was sort of tangled up, but I didn't think he was going that well. I sort of wanted to keep an eye on him, Annabelle's, and obviously Godolphin's, but Godolphin's was going to be up a lot closer to the speed than what I was. So when I could see both of them two main chances not really in the race, so I thought, oh, here we go, this is a good chance. But yeah, last 100 when he was hit the front, it was a wee bit worrying when I could see it in the corner of my eye coming, yeah.
What do you think about this horse moving forward? Obviously, we've seen some good performances from Breeders' Plate winners, and now he's a Golden Gift winner. He's obviously on a slipper path. What's your opinion of him for that race in the future?
Oh, look, I love him. He's got a great head on him, and that's probably the difference at this age. He's, like Gary said, he's got an old head on a young shoulders, and like we said before the interview, that's probably the difference in some of these races, and I think it showed today. You know, he coped with it really well. His race sense is really good for a horse that's had one trial and a few starts, yeah.
And what do you think about him stepping out for a break now? Look, he was a little bit sort of, didn't want to go in the gates. He looked as though he was at the end of it, maybe this prep?
Oh, possibly. Like, he had a bit of a sweat up, and he's got an attitude, which you want. Look, he did get that leg up first start and got vetted, so like there are antics there which hopefully in time will be ironed out, but look, horses like that are going to be lovely. They've got a frame to sort of fill into, so time like that is going to do them good.
Well done.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've just witnessed the running of the $1 million English Rural Property Golden Gift won by Sir Jarden. English Rural Properties very pleased to be able to sponsor the Golden Gift and continue their partnership with the New South Wales thoroughbred racing industry via William Inglis and Son and Racing New South Wales. English Rural Property, a leading rural sales and transaction business with an exceptional track record, completing signature sales across the eastern seaboard, and have a strong market knowledge and experience with agricultural assets including broadacre and pastoral aggregations, cropping enterprises, rural lifestyle holdings and horse studs. I'm joined on stage by Australian Turf Club Director Julia Ritchie and English Property Group Director Jamie Inglis, and I'll call upon Jamie to present the trophy to Kelly Portelli on behalf of the winning connections of Sir Jarden.
All right, looking good.
Winners.
It works, that winners thing, doesn't it? Gets everyone smiling. Good on you, Gary. Thank you. Go, go.
Okay, let's have a look at the market first of all on the Hot Danish here, where Rocker Clock's your favourite at $3.20 over Nudge at $5. Tricky Gal just into $5.50. Madame Rouge pretty steady throughout the day as a $6 chance, and then it's double figures and better the rest. Electric Girl and Yamazaki 11 each of 2. Wonderbar's at 19. Polly Gray at 21. Spiranak at 26, and Fashion Isle is a $41 chance. As a result of the Golden Gift, both first and second there in Sir Jardin and also Charlatan have firmed $26 into $15 and now sit on the second line of Golden Slipper betting behind Coolangatta, who's a $6 chance, and they are basically assured of a start in next year's Longines Golden Slipper. Greg, let's have a look at them for the yard. This is the Hot Danish.
Yes, another big race coming up with $500,000, the Highland Race Colours Hot Danish, 1400, and it's a Group 2. Mountie brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Rocker Clockers number 1, Tim Clark and John O'Shea.
Well, we all know she's a lovely mare who can peak third and fourth up, so that's exactly where she is now. Just the lack of early speed is probably her main concern, but there has been a change to say her stablemate Fashionella will stride forward. So that does help her out to a certain extent, and she should fit in quite nicely.
Yeah, she's hitting this race at the right time, form-wise and certainly looks-wise as well. So she's going to be right in the finish in a race like this, especially if there's a little bit of tempo injected into the race.
Number 2 is Polly Gray, Lee McGorry, Chris Waller.
Yeah, look, she's had 133 days off one trial. She's an adaptable type who's capable of sprinting well fresh, but her best chance would have been if that rain hung around, because she's a really superior wet tracker.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I think that she just doesn't get the right conditions today, but I must say she's got a bit of a spring in her step, and I can see her running quite nicely in a race like this.
Here's number 3, Nudge, Tommy Berry, Chris Waller.
Yeah, Tommy's quite hot on her chances. Talking to him this morning, I'd want to forgive her last start. Just was a funny race, the Invitation. She was just warming up when it was all over. So Tommy takes over, confident jockey, big improver, fair track, gets her chance to improve, and she will improve.
Yep, exactly. She should bounce back into contention. I thought she presented really nicely last start in the Invitation, and she backs it up with another good parade today, and she's very early on in her campaign, so there's still plenty of upside with her.
Madame Rouge, Jason Collett, Chris Waller.
Yeah, I think she's the one that might be the value. She was held up and very good last time. She's peaking. We know she's a good mare. Should be right in a race like this for sure.
Yeah, gets a perfect run in transit and has got the right conditions to suit her today, and she's got the right physique as well.
Yamazaki number 5, Josh Parr, Matthew Dunn.
Well, she's got different form. We know that, coming out of the Nivison and the Falante. So that's not bad form. Terrific second up in what looks to be a solid race behind the boys and Exo Boom, and back to her own sex here appeals.
She would appreciate a little bit of tempo on for her as well, so she's another one that could be suited by the change of tactics. Looks-wise, she was on my on-top selection last time. I thought she presented beautifully, and she backs it up with another good parade again today.
Tricky Gal number 6, Alicia Collett, Matthew Smith.
Yeah, barrier 1 didn't work for her last start, when she never got balance there, so she's a winning chance. I would have preferred if the rain hung around for her, that would have been her advantage. But she's genuine, wet or dry.
Yeah, exactly. She has come back really well this preparation as far as her looks are concerned. She's holding great condition, lovely healthy coat, really bright in the yard, and indicates that she's going to run another bold race.
Here's Wonderbar, number 7, Andrew Atkins, Chris Lees.
Yeah, pulled up with a poor recovery there first up. She's a better mare than that. Probably a query at 1400, but one thing in her defence, I think she looks great.
She does, and always looks great. I have never seen her parade badly, so this is a normal parade for her.
Now we move to Spiranak, number 8, third in the Kosciuszko, Robbie Dolan, Rod Northam.
Yeah, very good in the Cosy, but Kosciuszko, just up a few levels here, but it's worth a throw at the stumps.
Yeah, it looks beautiful, and she has presented really well the start of this campaign with improvement to come each and every start, and she hit her peak last time and did a great job, so she deserves to have a crack at this grade.
Electric Girl number 9, Jay Ford, riding for Team Hawks.
Underrated mare. So faces the stiffest test to date, but she maps better than most, just rolling forward in the top 3 here, so that gives us some hope.
Her appearance is great, and if she gets a good run in transit, she's one that can figure in the finish.
And Fashionella number 10, John Van Overmeer, John O'Shea.
Yeah, look, she's probably out of her grade, but she's another one who goes forward here. Better than what we saw first up. Did some good things, looked very progressive last prep. Watch the market.
She is one that got very warm first up, which she can do, and she looks to me as though she's come on nicely from that last start performance, and she's going to come on again after today's effort. So she's not completely wound up, but she's certainly hitting this race in an improved condition than what she did first up.
Okay, horses are about to go out. Chris Waller with 3 runners here, 20 to 1 for Polly Gray. But Nudge and Madame Rouge, both $5 and $6 respectively in the market. Polly Gray, the outsider, probably needs this and looking for something later on.
Yeah, she probably wants a little bit further than this, and had the rain come, she would have come right into it. But unfortunately, it's a drying track for her. But look, she'll be soft early and strong late, and she'll set herself up for a good campaign.
Serious chances though to Nudge and Madame Rouge. Is there a leaning one way or the other with this pair?
Look, I think you're probably going with Nudge if she hadn't put in that slightly disappointing run last start. There's no problems with her coming out of the run. We all know she's a sort of momentum horse that's going to build and come flying down the outside like she did through that Queensland Carnival. So that would be the leaning prior to last start. But as for today, I think they're pretty neck and neck. Obviously, Madame Rouge, she's in foal, and that can often bring a spark about them, but she's a tough mare that's won a Magic Millions race, and she's ultra consistent, and her work has really sharpened up over the last 7 days. So I think it's dependent on how the race is run and how it falls for them, but I think they've both equally got as good a chance as each other.
Fair enough. If you like either one, don't be swayed. Good luck here.
Thank you.
There's Charlie Duckworth, and now it's time for Lizzie's Pick of the Yard, brought to you by Arrowfield, Australia's leading source of Group 1 winners.
I'm with Madame Rouge on top. I thought that she presented quite nicely. She looks as though she's holding her condition well. She's in foal at the moment, so sometimes that sparks a little bit of energy into them, and they can run really well, and she looks as though she's hitting this race at the right time. From Yamazaki and Tricky Gal.
I'm 4, 1, 6 and 3 as well. That's the first time I've heard she's in foal. Usually we read that. Anyway, I've missed that along the way, but that's no issue with me. She's a good mare. She's ready to peak up for a performance coming towards the end of her career now, and I'm happy to be with her. Rocker Clock, ready to peak third up now. She's been well set up by John. Tricky Gal probably lost that little bit of advantage she had on the... if it was going to be a wet track. And gee, she's solid in the market. Nudge here, it's $5, rock hard fit all the way through the market here. I just want to go with the invitation form here, which it's hard to read because it's a funny stop-start race, but 4, 1, 6 and 3, Glenn.
Yeah, well, Rocker Clock, who was well supported this morning, you could have had as well very, very early today. Yesterday. Late yesterday was a $4 chance. Early this morning, $3.80. Got into as short as $3.20. Just out to $3.50. It still has a decent hold on favouritism, though. 1.5 over the Nudge, who hasn't moved much at all throughout the day here as a $5 chance. Madame Rouge. Got to 6, maybe 6.50, back to 5.50 with Tricky Gal, who as much as 6.50 as well. So not massive movement in those top 4 there. Electric Girl was 9, got to double figures, back to 9.50. Yamazaki, basically around this $10 mark all day. Wanda Bar out from 12 to 18. Spirinac 17 to 26. Polly Gray. Got a little trim early in the day and then back out to 31 with the track drying out. And Fashion Hour's been 41 out to 71. So it's pretty steady at the top of the market here. 3.50 your favourite Rocker Clock. Nudge just in a turn now to be 5 into 4.80. Tricky Gal, third pick at 5.50. The pick of the yard, Madame Rouge, back to 6. An Electric Girl, the next runner in single figures at $9.50. So a fairly static market right throughout the day, Greg, for these mares in the hot Danish.
And there is Tricky Gal just trotting past the barriers. Wanda Bar, second up today. Andrew Atkins in the saddle for Chris Lees. So, Ronnie, we are still about 60 seconds. Looks like they might run a fraction late. Rocker Clock getting around to the start now. and Polly Gray, and I think Tricky Gal might have went for a bit of a wander up the back straight as well. Will come back and line up behind the gates very soon. There's Fashionelle. There's Tricky Gal and Polly Gray just making their way down.
Yeah, Fashionelle, obviously there was a change of tactics to go back last start. That's been reversed today. And obviously with not as much speed in this race, Electric Girl's another one the speed maps have going forward. Wouldn't be surprised if Rocker Clock is still a little aggressive to get up there outside of Tricky Gal or maybe even Spirinac, and the ones minding their own business out the back would be your Nudges, your Yamazakis and maybe Wandabar, but Madame Rouge will be just trying to slot in that just behind midfield here and looking to edge out behind some good chances, finding the right back to follow. So a tricky little race. So like I said, I think the invitation form could be the form, but it was a funny race where they, although ice baths franked that form running well, it's just whether all those horses getting held up behind, it's up to your imagination who had the most to give. So it's a tricky one as far as that's concerned. But some really nice mares, good race to win, a Group 2, and we'll see what happens.
Formerly the Breeders' Classic, renamed and moved to this day to sit alongside the Golden Gift to give the Carnival. The last day of the Sydney Carnival officially, one more feature race on the program. And this will be it before we move to Newcastle next Saturday for this ever-growing meeting, the Hunter. And similarly with the Gong, a week after that at Kembla Grange Racecourse. I know both the Newcastle Jockey Club and the Illawarra Turf Club are gearing up for a great day on the track for all the fans who will be back at the races. We've got a wonderful crowd here today, and if you're still wanting to get out to the Hunter and the Gong, ring the NJC or the ITC and see what's available for those two meetings. Glenn, any late changes? They still haven't moved up here for the Hot Danish.
Yeah, I'm favourite back into 350 Rocker Clock after it got to as much as 370. Nudge is currently bouncing between $4.80 and $5. It's a $4.80 chance. Madame Rouge at $5, and now Tricky Gal is the only other runner in single figures at $6. And Madame Rouge is into $4.80 now. Yamazaki out to 10, Electric Girl out to 11, and then 23 for Wonderbar. So really you could say 3 with Hard there at the top. Rocker Clock, Nudge, Madame Rouge, just behind them Tricky Gal, and double figures and better the rest. As Tricky Gal and Wonderbar go forward, although Wonderbar a little bit more stroppy than what Tricky Gal was, and a few left to go in after that.
Yes, Yamazaki still out of line, Electric Girl. Also Madame Rouge, Polly Gray, Fashionelle, as Yamazaki gets brought up into the line. Nudge yet to move up as well. So let's go up to Darren Flindell for the Highland Race Colours Hot Danish Group 2 for the fillies and mares.
So Jardin coming right down the outside with a big finish to beat Charlatan. They've both been outstanding runs. Nothing really went right for Charlatan in the run. So Polly Gray goes in, and Fashionelle drawn the outside with the intention of leading here, will be the last to move forward. So set weights here, carrying the 57, all of the mares. Fashionelle's in, and the light's on, and the red light is there now. So stand by. Racing. Spirinac last out. Electric Girl was first out. Fashionelle goes across from the outside and will park up in second. Followed by Wonderbar is pretty handily positioned, and Tricky Gal handled the start well. Tricky Gal up running third now in front of Wonderbar. Then Madame Rouge from Spirinac, the favourite Rocker Clock in the yellow, has 3 behind Yamazaki, Nudge and Polly Gray. Fashionelle's gone pretty quickly there with the handlebars down early, and Fashionelle leads by 4 lengths to Electric Girl, 2.5 off to Tricky Gal, 1 off the fence. Wonderbar the inside as the field strings right out. 2 lengths away to Madame Rouge. Then came Spirinac. Rocker Clock back in the field enjoying the strong tempo. Then came Nudge from Yamazaki and Polly Gray's last of all. Down the side, Fashionelle leads by 3 lengths to Electric Girl. Then Tricky Gal clear third from Wonderbar. Madame Rouge. Then Spirinac. And now Rocker Clock just being nudged along by Clark as they come up to the home turn. Fashionelle turns narrowly in front now to Electric Girl. Tricky Gal. Then Madame Madame Rouge. Wonderbar back to the inside, and Rocker Clock coming off heels, nudged to the outside. They're right across the track now, and Electric Girl hits a narrow lead from Madame Rouge. Tricky Gal's one pace. Rocker Clock needs to lift. Up the inside is Wonderbar. Electric Girl, Madame Rouge, Rocker Clock, but Electric Girl's kicking strongly, and Electric Girl won the Hot Danish. A half length on the way to Rocker Clock. Madame Rouge third, then Tricky Gal, Wonderbar. Fashionel Yamazaki next, followed by Spiranak, the Nudge, and a long last was Polly Gray.
Number 9, Electric Girl, has got the Group 2 Hot Danish for Jay Ford and the Hawks team. Number 9, Electric Girl, 11.20 and 2.90. Beats 1, Rocker Clock, $1.60, and 4, Madame Rouge, $1.80. Jay Ford was nursing Electric Girl, and didn't she find a kick when it was time to go?
Well, she was excellent because she had to chase down that tearaway leader, Fashionel, and then she's a sitting shot for some very good mares. Firstly, I thought Tricky Gal had them covered. Then I thought, oh no, she's cruising Madame Rouge. And then Rocker Clock started to emerge. And no, it was Electric Girl just holding them off at level weight. So she's done a fantastic job. And she's been underrated all the way through, and dead set deserves that Group 2 win there. Bit of a bunch finish. She made her own luck and she dug in and she had a go.
9, Electric Girl, 11.20 and 2.90 has got the money here in the Group 2 Hot Danish for the Hawks team. And the form was there. Menage and Quantico both went to Melbourne and won. She won at Gosford first up. She had a crack at the Dark Jewel back in May, and she is rewarded today with a big win. A Group 2 now appears on her page. Well done, Michael. Just watching Jay and how he was nursing her till the time was to let her go.
The last thing I said, honestly, Greg, the last thing I said to Jay was, it's 1400. Just get her in a rhythm. I said, you win at the post, not at the top of the straight. And I just said, nurse her until you really got to go. Good sharp turn of foot. We set her for this race all along. She won really good at Provincials first up. Her last couple of runs were great. Even last start at Randwick was very good. She only got beat a length and a half and run fourth. So I spoke to Lefty that manages Ross Williams' Super Horse now, and yesterday, and I said, look, she's going to be very hard to beat. I was actually worried about the rain coming because she's not overly effective on a wet track, but you know what, we've done the job. She's a Group 2 winner, and it's a great result.
Such a sad passing of Mr. Williams, a big loss to the racing industry, and it's only been in the last, 2 years or so, Michael, that your stable's become associated with those super horses?
Yeah, it has, Greg. You know, we had him early days, and obviously he loved to spread his horse around, and with Joe Pride, Gwenda Markle and that of the like, but Ross came back to us in the latter years, and you know, we tried to resurrect some of his old horses, Angel of Truth and Archidemus won a gong, and but he's just been a great supporter. He was just a left field person that he really could breed a horse. Like you look at this mare now, she's 5-year-old, she's really coming to hand. Honestly, he'd be serving his mares from size that you just wouldn't really think of going to, and he's got a plan, he's stuck to it. So, you know, luckily enough for us and for our team, Lefty's taken over, and he's really wanting to, and the family for that matter, they really want to go forward, and we're just trying to sort the wheat out from the chaff and hopefully get some more of a good results like this for them.
That's great that they want to be involved still. That's wonderful. Well done today.
Thank you very much.
Group 2 win for Electric Girl. Here's Lizzie and Jay Ford.
Yes, Jay's we're just talking about how big his saddle is coming back to scale, but that was a great performance, Jay, from your girl. She's really tough in the end, and she toughed it out to the finish.
Yeah, she certainly deserved that. She's been around the mark all this campaign, racing against good horses or the good mares in stakes races. So the stable were pretty keen on her chances. They said just help her all the way. And then when you go for her, really go for her. And she responded gamely, and like I said, a deserved victory. A deserved victory also for yourself as well. Just talking about the previous race in the Golden Gift, I had a chat with you about Charlatan. What's your views on him out of that last start? Yeah, look, he's a really talented animal. The best is certainly ahead of him. What you're seeing at the moment, he's had 1 trial and 2 starts. He's very raw, he's very green, but he's got a big motor, and the future's very bright for him. Well done.
Okay, that is the Hot Danish. We've got 2 to go here at Rosehill. We'll take a break and up to Queensland next. Ladies and gentlemen, you've just witnessed the running of the Highland Race Colours Hot Danish Stakes. An important win for this girl, Electric Girl, a Group 2 victory for her today. Highland Sportswear, a proud partner of the Australian Turf Club and a leading manufacturer and distributor of racing colours and apparel with a strong connection to the thoroughbred racing industry, and we're proud to call them a long-standing partner and supplier. I'm joined on stage by Australian Turf Club Director Ben Bayot, and I'll ask Ben to present to Michael Hawkes on behalf of the winning connections the trophies for the Hot Danish Stakes.
Hope to see you again many more times.
We're up to race 9, the Bisley Workwear Handicap over 1,200 metres. It's a benchmark 78. And runners are entering the yard here for the 9th. This mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Number 1 is Flat Heaven, Tyler Schiller riding for Bjorn Baker.
Yeah, he's got a tongue tie on today, backs up from last week. He's a tricky horse. He still does a few things wrong, but maybe on a back-up with a claim, may just switch him off a little bit. And let's hope old mate can get it done, because he hasn't won in a long time.
No, he hasn't, but I think that he has come back really well this preparation, Ronnie. I thought that his first up run was good with improvement to come, and then he showed that he had gone on with it last start and proved not hard. He proves as though he's going to be hard to beat in a race like this if he puts up that last performance. So he's hitting this race at the right time, and he looks great.
Number 2 is Elmo, Jenny Duggan riding for Gaynor Williams.
Yeah, look, Gaynor's put a lot of work into this horse. He's had his issues. He's had well over a year off and one trial off a long break, so he could lack a bit of match practice here, but keen to hear what Lizzie's got to say about him.
Look, he's a big horse. He's always one that carries quite a lot of weight naturally through his midsection and all over, but I think he's, as you mentioned, Gaynor's done a lot of work with him, and he looks as though he's tuned up for a first up attempt, but he will benefit from having the run. It's just a bit of match practice that he needs, and he capitalised on today's effort.
Blazer Trail, a new stable. Number 4, Tommy Berry, now with Mara Eustace.
Yeah, always been a horse I've loved. He's had a decent spell now, and he's had 1-2 trials. The tongue tie goes on. First run for the new stable. Look, look, he appears ready, and I'm happy that the rain didn't come for him, because he's at best on top of the ground. The gamble is whether he's sharp enough for 1,200 metres, but he's good enough. He's a nice horse.
Yep, he's a nice horse. I think he's done plenty of work. I think you've got to take into consideration that he's going to get better as the preparation gets longer and he steps up in trip, but I think he's done loads of work, and I think he's ready to go, so he's one of the main chances.
5 is Kinloch, Josh Parr, Chris Lees.
I thought it was terrific first up. Too far back up in class. Second up when he was a slow start. That's that Quantico race. I think back in grade he can improve sharply here, and he's worth a save at least.
And a small field as well is going to benefit him as well. He'll be able to hit the line strongly like he has done, and he's got a bit of spring in his step today, so he's another one of the main chances. Number
7, Depth That Varies, Robbie Dolan is in the saddle.
Yeah, he has some talent. He's second up winner there in the sprint at Coonabarabran. I would prefer him in something easier, but he's performed well in town in the past.
Beautifully turned out. There's a couple of others I have.
Okay, we turn the page, my page anyway, and we get to Foxfighter, Tim Clark, David Payne.
Yeah, unlucky last week. He should have nearly won, shouldn't he? When he was back to 1,100 from 1,400, 1,200, fine line today. They're going to ride him aggressively, come across, and the big boys want to be on him. He's into $2.80, so he's very well fancied. Really well placed in this race, and he hasn't gone backwards since I last saw him. He's still holding great condition.
Calgary Queen, number 9, Andrew Atkins and Brad Widdup.
Wide no cover, total forgive last time. Previous form very good, got speed from an inside barrier. And just when you think she's starting to get into a prep, she just looks like she's just holding her condition all the way through. Yep, it's exactly what she's doing.
Brander's Rule, number 10, Alicia Colladon for Mitch Beard.
Yeah, he's won 2 of 3 at home this preparation at Albury. This race has more depth, so place chance. He presents well, and he's turned out in his best possible condition and deserves a chance in this grade.
Nick Tock, Kathy O'Hara, Mark Connors.
Yeah, wiggers are off. He maps nicely on pace, and he could improve. Might be one for the multis. I thought he was over the odds here at 25 to 1.
Yeah, he's definitely one that I wouldn't say has improved from his last start. He's just maintained his physique, and you can give him an opportunity because he gets a good run in transit. But I've got a couple of others in front of him.
All right, race 9, they're on the way to the gates. Chris Lees with Kinloch. Josh Park goes on today. What do you think about third up?
Yeah, I'm really happy with the horse. He's training well. Bit of a tricky gate, how they're racing today. Just needs a little bit of luck in the early stages. If he can just be in front of 2 or 3 with a bit of cover, I think it'll certainly enhance his chances. Not making a lot of ground here today. So that first couple of furlongs is going to be vital for him, but I'm very pleased with the horse.
He'll jump better today, won't he?
Oh, I'm sure he'll jump better than he did the other day, and if he can put himself into the race, it'll give him every hope.
Okay, good luck.
Cheers.
There's Chris Lees with Kinloch, and it's time for Lizzie's Pick of the Yard. It's brought to you by Arrowfield, Australia's leading source of Group 1 winners.
Blazer Trail is the on-top selection. I thought that he has come back really nicely this time around. He looks to me as though he's done plenty of work. He's going to improve as the distances get longer, and it is a sharp trip for him, but I'm happy to take a gamble on him first up into the campaign with the new stable, and I think he will run very, very well. Of the others, I thought Flat Heaven has hit his peak and he's ready to be winning this race, and you have to pop in Foxfighter, who's been heavily backed and he hasn't gone backwards at all this time around.
I'm 1, 5, 8 and 4. I like 1 and 5 at the odds here. I'm going to back Flat Heaven and Kinloch. I think Flat Heaven, I know he needs another win, but this is the type of race he could win. A benchmark 78 on a backup, where he did a good job last week, where Kinloch, I think, another one down in grade here. Third up, good first up, excuses last time, and they're better odds than the other 2 favourites. So I get it with Foxfighter. He should have won last week. He goes forward, makes his own luck here, and best of the rest is Blazer Trail. I think he's the best horse. Whether he's the best horse at 1,200, but I suppose nice and fresh. He stayed solid, more solid than I thought he would in the market, to tell you the truth. He was $3.70 this morning, and he's rock hard at $3.70 now. 1, 5, 8 and 4, Greg.
Okay, Brad Widdup's here with Calgary Queen. Last time she was here, she ran a bottler in that midway.
Yeah, look, I was hoping for a little bit more rain, and I was sort of thinking about taking a sit today if I could, just behind the speed, but it mightn't pan out that way. I just left it up to Andrew. If he lands in front, he's just going to have to make up his mind. But look, I'm very happy with her. She's in great order, and I think you just got to forget last start. She was caught wide and it was a non-event. So look, I think drawn soft today, she's going to be in it for a long way.
Good luck.
Thanks.
There's Brad Widdup with Calgary Queen. Back to you, Muns, and here's a market update.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. The favourite and well supported right throughout the day, Foxfighter. Wasn't favourite this morning. That honour went to Blazer Trail at $3.40. Foxfighter was $3.50. The best given all day has been $3.60, and it's now a $2.80 chance. NOP is $3.20 into $2.60, back to $2.80. Favourite over Blazer Trail, who was $3.40 all the way out to $4.20. The pick of the yard, and then back into $3.60. Flat Heaven, it's only moved between $5.50 and $6.50 all day. Splits it at the moment at $6. Kinloch was the first horse back this morning, $7.50 into $6. It's back out to $7. Calgary Queen was the softest of those in the market, $5.50 out to $8. Back to $7.50. There was a sprinkling of money for depth that varies this morning around about 10 o'clock when it was 41 into 23. And has sat there at 23 for the majority of the day. In fact, half the money today's come forward at $23. Nick Tock has been 19 out to 31. Brander's Rule, 26 out to 34. And Elmo returning, 26. Got to as much as 51 where it is at the moment. But Foxfighter runs your favourite. Don't put a replay or anything, Greg. We'll have people in counselling that were on it last Saturday. Over Blazer Trail, Flat Heaven, Kinloch and Calgary Queen, all in single figures for the the ninth.
Yes, the ninth. Foxfighter, well, Ronnie, he won that midway, flashing home. Well, they went very, very fast, and he flew home over the top of them, beat Delexio, and then he went straight to 1,400. And then back to 1,100 last start, he had a checkered passage to the line. He now goes to 1,200 a day. So 4 different distances. He's mixing and matching things recently, Foxfighter.
Yeah, does he get covered up like from that draw today, though? He has to go forward and make some sort of his own luck on a backup, but where he's been most explosive is where he's, he drew that barrier and beat Delexo at Ramwick there. He looked explosive there. And then the other day, even though he didn't get out, he travelled well with lovely cover and then was going to burst through, but it didn't open up for him. And then when he did see that little bit of cover at 1400, he dropped off, and today it'll be easier for him, but you'd still, you know, like to see him finish right off at 1200 with no cover here, which is anticipated that he might have to go up maybe outside the lead. So that's the little doubt I've got with him, but the marketplace loves him. The marketplace loves Blazer Trail late here as well. And yeah, so it looks like those bottom couple, those bottom four look the speed in this race, where these horses up the top might just take the sit behind them.
Yeah, listening to Jack Bruce earlier in the day when I spoke to him about Blazer Trail, he certainly didn't put you off Blazer Trail, and it wasn't like whatever he does today he'll improve on. It was more a case of, yes, he'll run well today and he's going to improve again, obviously when they get up over further. So, but the push certainly wasn't, you know, late in betting he was going to be back like this. But it wasn't a negative interview in any way. No, he's a beautiful horse. And I just think the only negative was there was no negatives about his fitness. It's just about his sharpness for 1200. We've all marked him down a 1400 metre horse, and at one stage they were thinking he might even be a Derby type of horse as a 3-year-old. They've left him a colt. He's behaving himself well, and it should be a nice return. It's just whether he's sharp enough. The market says he will be. So has it settled down, Glenn, now?
Still 280, 360, Greg. Your favourites, Foxfighter, Blazer Trail. Still 6 Flat Heaven, 7 Kinloch, 750 Calgary Queen. So no movement there with those top 5 in the market. But looking at what's happened today, Lily threw 2.5 times the amount of money on Foxfighter than any other runner in the race. So he'll run clear favourite here, race 9. And for 3 to move up. Here comes Depth That Varies for Nick Dixon. Kinloch, Fighter. We're ready to go, race 9.
So the last to go in is the post-time favourite here, Foxfighter, in the hands of Tim Clark, 280 favourite. Blazer Trail resuming at 360. There's the light. Racing now in the 9th. Kinloch hopped up in the air at the start, and Foxfighter sent forward from the wide draw with Nick Tock going with it. Brander's Rule just eases back to 3rd, followed by Calgary Queen on the lead. And Blazer Trail, I should say, and deeper out is Elmo. Then came Flat Heaven from Depth That Varies, and Kinloch is the last one. They drive to the first turn, and Nick Tock held out Foxfighter for the lead. And the margin of length between the pair. Calgary Queen 3rd from Blazer Trail, and Elmo 3 wide, no cover. Further back to Flat Heaven racing pretty keenly. Then came Depth That Varies, Brander's Rule, and Kinloch the last one. Nick Tock at the 500 metres, a length leader from the favourite Foxfighter. Then Calgary Queen from Blazer Trail, and Flat Heaven goes to 5th as they turn, and Nick Tock swings in front by a length and a half to Foxfighter. Blazer Trail and Flat Heaven's winding up on the outside. Calgary Queen back on the inside as Foxfighter laid it down to Nick Tock. Blazer Trail, Flat Heaven's peaked on the run. Blazer Trail and Foxfighter, they go head and head here. Blazer Trail put the head in front now from Foxfighter, and Blazer Trail edges clear, beat Foxfighter. Nick Tock kicked on for 3rd. Flat Heaven in a photo for 4th, with Death That Varies and Kinloch late on the scene. Calgary Queen back on the rails, and the last 2, Brander's Rule and Elmo.
Number 4, Blazer Trail. Tommy Berry, Kieran Maher and David Eustace. Lizzie said Blazer Trail was ready to go. New stable, first up, and too good for them. The market said it was going to run very well, and it was fit enough, and Blazer Trail, who's going to get over further than 1200, clearly had Foxfighter's measure for Blazer Trail, which gives Tommy Berry 4 for the day.
Yeah, and he's got a good chance in the last as well with Blesk, but boy, he's a lovely horse, isn't he? And that tote, the Paramutual got it right. He was hit $3, $3, $2.90 on a $3.60 SP. So the big boys got involved with the totes late there, and their computers read the race pretty well. He's a lovely horse, and he'll get better as he gets out over a little bit more distance as well. And he's been well looked after throughout his career. It might be time. It might be the right time to get this horse, put it that way. They've battled on the speedsters up close there. Depth That Varies, run well out of his grade, but the winner is the one you want to follow out of the race.
Numbers are going up: 4 Blazer Trail, 8 Foxfighter, 11 Nick Tock, and 1 Flat Heaven. They've run 109.72 109.72, 34.48. 4.8.11 N1. Okay, Jack Bruce is going to come over. He represents the stable of Kieran Maher and David Eustace in Sydney. Well, he's a newcomer to the stable, so, you know, you're trying to still work him out, but you've got a lovely horse.
Yeah, he's a lovely horse, and congratulations to Sir Owen. He's a special horse for him being by Criterion and still a stallion, so that gives us all a big thrill, and the team have done a great job with him. He spent a lot of time at our beach property, north of Newcastle, and done a lot of work up there, which has been good for him. And 10 out of 10 ride from Tommy Berry. It's a big thrill.
And that's only a recent acquisition, isn't it? Your Newcastle, north of Newcastle property, up near the bay?
Yeah, it is. It's up in Bob's farm, and we sort of keep about a dozen horses there at a time. We got used to the beach, and it's sort of not for every horse, but it is for a lot of horses. It really helps them, just the sand work and obviously the access to the salt water. So he's been a recipient of the care from up there, and he's come down here and made an impression first up.
And it's a bit exciting too, because you know he's going to get better.
Yeah, he's had a lot of talent, and he turned up from Matt Vella's stable in really good order, and Matt was kind enough to chat to us and give us a few heads up about the horse, which has been really helpful. And he had good form previously. Obviously, he was here 2 years ago in the Golden Gift, running well, and it's nice to see him back in winning form.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, he ran well on this day as a 2-year-old. Jockey coming up, Tommy Berry for the 4th time today, when we return for the last at Rosehill Gardens.
Since my first 3, but no, he is. Look, I thought honestly they'd be a bit sharp for him today, but I was a little bit aggressive on him out the gates, and I just kept his mind on the job the whole way, even in the run, and because he has been known to float a little bit when he gets there, but it was nice to see him put him away and put him to the sword today, and obviously he's going to improve when he gets over a bit further, but he might be a fresh horse at the shorter trips, because every time he has stepped out over longer, he hasn't been overly impressive.
They might have found the key, Tim, as you mentioned, having him nice and fresh and running him over those shorter trips. But I think the biggest one is probably him coming back in winning style.
Yeah, it's sometimes when horses are out of the winner's stall for a while, and he's run against some pretty hard, handy fields in the past, but that'll do his confidence a world of good, and yeah, I'm excited to see what he's got to bring.
You've ridden 4 winners a number of times. I won't say anything, but you the 5th one could be in the last race, hopefully.
Well, it hasn't happened before, but hopefully it does today.
Good
Cheers,
luck.
Liz.
Last of the day, runners are in the yard for race 10, the Shandong Garden Spritz Handicap over 1,400 metres. Benchmark 78. This mounting yard is brought to you by Harvey Norman for all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Number 1 is Zoo Shack, Tyler Schiller riding for Joe Pride.
Well, we all know it was an easy win when he probably got a few favours 2 starts back on that softer track. And then I thought he was very tough last week. He did work with a big weight, stuck it out. Obviously, that was Nash standing over him. He's got a young 3-kilo boy on him now. But the marketplace likes him. He's tough, he's durable and holding his form.
Hasn't gone backwards at all, has he? He's just maintaining his lovely physique, and I think that it's not a negative that he's got a claimer on. I think it's going to give him a bit of a chance to have a bit of weight relief, and he's going to be tough to the line, and by the looks of him, he's going to be right in the finish.
Number 2 is Bergen, Tim Clark riding for Gary Moore.
Yeah, he's good odds. You know, we all know it was an enormous run out of his grade there last start, and it was a bit of a gut buster, so if he's recovered, if he reproduces, he'll be right there.
I think he looks great. He's really holding nice condition. I thought he didn't have the trial going into that first up performance, and he paraded nicely and he just blew out in condition. And then second up, I wasn't surprised to see him run so well. So hopefully he can go on with it today, because he looks as though he has.
Number 3, Suave, Josh Parr for James Cummings.
I think he's come back pretty well, hasn't he? He's 3 good runs back from a spell now. Wrong part of the track, first up, 2 runs since good. Very fit now. Needs luck slotting in from that draw, but this track's playing pretty fair today, so he's going well enough.
He is, and he has not changed at all in his appearance, which is good enough to win this race.
Snowfire, number 4, the Hawks team looking for a double, and so's Jay Ford.
Yeah, better draw may help him after probably having excuses covering ground last time. He's a place chance.
He is. Look, there's no negatives about his parade. It's just whether he gets the right it.
Welsh legend first up today, number 6, Jason Collett for Chris Waller.
Crossover noseband on her first up, 119 days. Nice enough trial. Not a noted fresh performer, so probably watch her for later on.
Yeah, she generally gets better as the prep extends, and I would say the same today.
Number 7 is Blesk, Tommy Berry, John O'Shea.
Well, could Tommy make it 5 here? He's come back well, Blesk. Good job winning an easier race last time on the Kensington track. Has to bring that to a Saturday race here. But the timing's right and he's set to improve again.
He is. He should be hitting this race at the right time. I thought he presented beautifully his first couple of runs this campaign, and this is the natural progression for him to be very competitive again in Saturday grade.
Media star guest, number 8, Andrew Atkins, Ronnie Quinton.
I loved his run first up, covering ground. His trials prior to that are good. He's really looks a nice, seasoned, mature horse, this preparation. Look, I wish he had a better draw, but look, the way this track's playing, it might be okay for him.
Yeah, I thought he ran an excellent first up. It was one of the runs of the day, and he looks as though he's come on nicely from that last up performance.
Air to air, Alicia Collett, Jason Coyle.
What do I want to say?
Glenn? Lizzie? Anyone?
Frustrating mare. She just doesn't help herself. Well, she's double figure odds. This is her go. Come on, Princess. What are you made of?
Oh, I thought you were calling me Princess then.
No. Wouldn't do that. It's not game.
She looks good, and she's just looking and saying to herself, this is the time that I can really spoil the party. So make sure she's in everything. She looks great. She's come on nicely, and there should be a bit of speed that will help her hit the line strongly.
Francesco Gardi, number 10, Lee McGorrian on for Chris Waller.
Yeah, he's had 41 days. He's an import. He was hard in the market at Mornington, first up from in Australia. So usually when that happens, they've got ability. He's run 5th in a recent trial. He was okay. So keep an eye on him.
He looks as though he's going to acclimatise a little bit better as the preparation gets longer, and maybe into next prep as well. So he looks nice and forward in condition, and he's very well mannered, but there's still improvement in his coat to come. But he's a nice type, and you could keep him safe.
A real roughie is Lando Bay, number 11, Robbie Dolan, John Thompson.
Look, he's had 3 trials. He didn't come up in 2 runs last preparation, so let's have a look at him and watch him for future reference.
Yeah, he's going to improve from the run as well.
Diva Bella, Winona Costin on for Claire Lever.
Yeah, won a weaker race of a heavy track, 3rd up at Kembla Grange in nice style. Harder here, but could be on the up.
Yep, another one who presents really nicely and has held her condition.
And War Eternal, Jenny Duggan on for Bjorn Baker.
This is my mystery horse here. He was Look, he was expected odds in the Crowley, and I know he only beat one home, but that's not a bad race. He lost both shoes in that race. His trial before that was pretty good, and I think he might, last race Bjorn might have something to say here.
Well, he was my pick of the yard in the Brian Crowley. I thought he presented really nicely, but obviously things didn't go his way. So I think he looks great, and I have always said he looked great from the start of this campaign. So hopefully he can bounce back, because there's no reason in his condition to say he won't.
Okay, that's a look at the runners in the yard. They haven't left the mounting yard yet. Joe Pride's here with Zushak. Firstly to Charlatan, though, out of the Golden Gift. It was a great clash between two very good colts. Disappointment at running second, but what do you take away from today?
Yeah, look, I just come here today with a desire to see my horse run really well. And, sometimes seconds can be as good as a win, because you could win and think, well, I didn't beat anything and where do I go from here? But I took a lot of encouragement out of that run, in that my horse has got a lot to learn, and it's only his second race start. He's very exciting. Gary's colt was excellent as well today, and I think at this early stage of the season anyway, they probably look like the two best ones around.
Have you ever had such a promising horse this early in the season?
No, I haven't. But been doing it for 20 years, so we know what to do with him.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Everyone keeps reminding me he's two, but it doesn't really make much difference to me.
Doesn't matter, but I mean, if he can stick around long enough, God knows how good he can be.
We might have him around as an 8 or 9 year old, winning a couple of Everests or something like that.
Why not? What about Zushak here in the last?
Yeah, really honest and reliable horse. He puts himself up on speed, out of trouble. I've been very happy with him. It looks a suitable event today. It's the first time I've backed him up, but he's given me every indication during the week that he'll handle it.
All right, good luck, Joe.
Thank you.
There's Joe Pride. Okay, Claire Lever's going to pop in and have a chat. We're going to have a chat about Diva Bella. Winona Costin on board. Last start winner, Claire. How's Diva Bella doing?
She's done really well since the Kembla win. She came through the run super, hasn't missed a beat since. It's a big step up. We were hoping the rain was going to continue to come and it would be a heavy track, but it seems to have stopped a bit early for us.
Yes, they got that wrong. No weight on the back though.
No, and Winona knows the horse. She's been out and she's rode her work, and she watched all the races, and good jockey with a lightweight, so she's drawn well.
Good luck, Claire.
Thank you.
There's Claire Lever with Diva Bella, and here's Lizzie with her pick of the yard. It is brought to you by Arrowfield, Australia's leading source of Group 1 winners.
Really open race, this last race on the card. I'm going to stick with Bergen. I've liked him all the way through this campaign, and hopefully he can get the job done at the juicy odds. He looks as though he's in perfect condition, and he held on really nicely last start. So he's my top selection from Blesk, who I thought presented beautifully. He is definitely going to be hard to beat in this type of race. And War Eternal, can't let him go around without just mentioning him and saying how well he looks, but he certainly needs to bounce out of that last start performance.
Seven and 14. I think he's short enough. This competitive race, but the confidence there about Zushak. I think the important part is the first couple of 100 metres here, what 1 and 2 are going to do. Are they going to eyeball each other? They have a crack at each other for the lead, or does one just hand up to the other and they dictate terms to suit themselves? So that's what I'm gambling on. I think one horse will hand up to the other. They'll get a little bit of a softish time up front and they could well fight it out. 1 to beat 2. 7 Blesk, he's an improver. I like the setup timing about him. He won 3rd up last prep, and John's horses usually improve after they've had a couple, and he's 3rd up off a win. I am anticipating improvement from War and Eternal. He's a better horse than what we saw there first up. And, well, you know, who knows what could happen. I think Media Starguest and Air to Hair are probably there a touch of overs considering the situation. This track seems fair enough across the board. 1, 2, 7 and 14. Looks a good betting race, Glenn.
Yeah, well, the 3 picks probably look at their price. Zushak and Blesk, there's been a battle all day for favouritism. Blesk actually went up to favourite this morning, but Zushak was into favourite by probably 8:30 or so this morning. But Zushak now 370. Did get into as short as 350. 370 now, favourite over Blesk, who's at $4. And there is actually more money on Blesk today than there is on Zushak. Suave, just minding its own business there on the 3rd line, are betting at $5.50. Bergen, who got to double figures, the pick of the yard, is back into $9 now. A little bit of a jump to Air. She's been around this mark, $13 all day, in fact into 12. As the favourite goes to 360 Zushak, Bleck stays 4, Suave at 6, Bergen at 9. Air is now 12. Media Starguest, well, he's been around this mark for the later part of the afternoon at 13. Interesting one, the next one here, Francesco Guardi. This is 26, the best, into 16. War Eternal, around about 19 was the best it, now 16. And $34 and longer the rest of the field. We have the favourite of Zushak here at $3.60 over that runner. Bless going forward at $4. Can Tommy Berry ride a handful? Suave at 6 and Bergen at 9. Greg, this is the last, and that's all she wrote.
Thank you, Glenn. This is, well, Tommy Berry's already equalled his best of 4 winners on a day. He's going for a career best 5 in the last with Blesk. So they're loading up well for this 1,400 metre benchmark 78. For the last, here's Darren.
Bit of money around here for number 10, Francesco Guardi, coming in late. Number 10 into $16. Bit of a nibble for War Eternal. But it's Zushak, the punters elect in the last. Zushak. This is the horse in question going in. Tyler Schiller in the saddle for Joe Pride. And the last 2 now, Air to Air and Media Starguest. So Air to Air just on the back foot at the moment. Second up this preparation, Alicia Collett in the saddle. And Media Starguest second up as well. Andrew Atkins aboard theirs, drawn the outside barrier. So Media Starguest goes forward. And we're just about right. There's the light for the last. Stand by, they're off and racing. Air to Air's blown the start by 2 lengths, and Bergen jumped well together with the favourite Zushak and Snowfire on the improver. Up the inside, Francesco Guardi and Suave going forward. War Eternal is well out pretty deep. Then came Lando Bay. Blesk settles in the second half of the field from Diva Bella. Air to Air on the improve from Welsh Legend, and Media Starguest from the outsides got back to last. Zushak kicked through on the inside to hold out Bergen for the lead. It's Zushak a half in front to Bergen, a couple off to Snowfire. Racing a bit keen now off the course in the third around Francesco Guardi. War Eternal between them 5th. Then came Suave from Lando Bay. Blesk is next from Diva Bella. Air to Air 2 lengths away to Welsh Legend. And Media Starguest is last of all. It's Zushak has them stacked coming to the turn from Bergen and Snowfire. Then Francesco Guardi, War Eternal. Further back to Suave. Blesk is deeper out from Lando Bay. Then Air to Air from Diva Bella. Welsh Legend and Media Starguest into the straight now. It's Zushak and Bergen. Snowfire under pressure, followed by War Eternal. Now Blesk is being revved up, and Air to Air coming down the outside. It's Zushak in front, beats off Bergen. Blesk and Air to Air are going going after the front runner. It's Zushak in front of Bless. Zushak the inside of Bless, then Suave. Zushak's kicking from Bless. Zushak in front, clinging on, and Zushak led all the way to win the last by a neck on the line to Bless, and Suave third from Francesco Gardi. A gap back in the field to Welsh legend Diva Bella Media, Star Guest, then War Eternal, Bergen Weekend Out, From Air to Air, Snowfire, and Lando Bay.
Zushak all the way in the last. Tyler Schiller, Joe Pride. 340, 160. Second home, number 7, Blesk. Tommy Berry denied 5 for the day. He came with a run, couldn't sustain it. Zushak just kept fighting. And third home is going to be the Godolphin runner, is it?
Yep.
The Godolphin runner, Suave, number 3. 10 has run 4th, Francesco Gardi. So it'll be 1:7.3.10.
Yeah, the damage was done the second 200 metres of that race when they slowed down to that class of horse, a 12:45. Then you could just say, well, if this horse doesn't win, he's going to be very disappointing. And when he did, he always had a kick left in him after getting that rest. One stage I thought, oh, you've waited too long to let him go. But nice ride by the boy. He's just come back from injury problems, and he's back in us with a Saturday winner now. He had a good book of rides today, and those rides will continue to come now because he's good value with his 3 kilos. Good run from Blesk. Suave's battled on. He might be one to follow that import. First up in Sydney, they usually improve, and there was late specking for him. So where there's smoke, there's fire with Francesco Gardi.
1:7.3 and 10, 1:24.57, 34.43. That's it from our live coverage here at Rosehill Gardens as we head over to Ascot in Perth. Well, you thought about it and you thought right.
Yeah, it's been one of those sort of carnivals for the stable. They've done a great job, all the staff at home, and it's those little calls that you make along the way, and they've kind of gone our way with this carnival, which is really pleasing because a lot of hard work can go unrewarded in this game.
And a call to put Tyler on and use his 3 kilos helped too. The boy rode him really well.
He did, didn't he? Stacked them up beautifully in front. He really controlled the race, and I thought he got some really cheap sectionals there. So, no, congratulations to Tyler. And yeah, he's a promising young kid, and Mark does a fantastic job, Newnham that is, with these young apprentices, bringing them through. So he's teaching them the things that I couldn't imagine how to do, and that's the advantage of being under his care.
Now, are you finished yet? I mean, the Gong and the Hunter are still to come. You still got any more bullets?
I've got some bullets. I think that probably the 2 horses I'm looking forward to seeing most over the next few weeks are Brutality and Stockman.
Yep.
They're a couple of really good horses,
yeah.
And we left the carnival alone with them, brought them through a winter campaign, and if they can get some wet tracks over the next month, there's certainly 2 that everyone should have in their black books.
Well, congratulations on the carnival.
Great, thank you
well
very much.
Done. Joe Pride.
Tyler, that was a really good win from this fella. I suppose there was people saying when you were taking over from Nasrullah, you were sort of losing the strength, but you were gaining the fact that you've got that claim. But you rated him perfectly in front for your first Metropolitan Saturday win. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. It was a big loss taking Nash off, I think, but the 3 kilos made up for it today, and he travelled beautifully. Gave a super strong kick at the top of the straight, and I was pretty confident from there on in.
It must be a nice sort of tick off at a career milestone, getting your first Metropolitan Saturday win. Just put it into words what it means to you.
Yeah, it's definitely a monkey off the back because I've been going for a good 3 or 4 Saturdays now, and I had a good book of rides today, and if I didn't get a winner, I was going to be a little bit down in the dumps, but it was a good end to the day and super to get one for Mr. Pride.
And it gives you a bit of confidence moving forward that, you're going to be really competitive in this really tough jockey ranks in Sydney.
Yeah, definitely. Like, there's that countless numbers of jockeys up here that are just so competitive and hard to beat, and showed today with Tommy Berry and Jason Collett winning a lot of races.
And Mark, he's obviously been an integral part in your career. Does he talk to you about your race, your day and your book of rides before you go?
Yeah, he talks about afterwards. We recap and hopefully find out our little kinks and iron them out, and it really helps.
And this horse, you think you can continue winning the way that he's racing?
The kick he gave today at the top of the straight I thought was as good as any that I've felt, so hopefully.
Well, great way to finish the day, and well done.
Thank you.
Ladies' Day about to get underway here at Rose Hill, but Merlin Knights playing up in the gates. Saddles racing now.